o meio ambiente. Então, tudo isso são desafios. E aí nós observamos que a nova geração de blindados ela poderá ser remotamente pilotada, tripulada, ou parcialmente, né, tripulado. Os sistemas de autodefesa com inteligência artificial eles são importantes e estão proliferando. A defesa antidrone, antimísseis, né, contra essas munições novas, tecnológicas. A redundância do sistema de comando e controle e para manter o conhecimento situacional da área, ele é muito importante, tem que ser levado em conta. E os fatores de energia, como baixa assinatura térmica e de alto rendimento das baterias, eles são muito importantes. E, para concluir, de tudo isso que nós falamos aqui, nós verificamos que o domínio terrestre ele vai continuar sendo decisivo nas guerras e no campo de batalha, porque é lá onde que vive o homem e aonde que os principais meios econômicos estão desdobrados. As forças blindadas elas continuarão sendo um elemento crítico na vitória, em decorrência do domínio terrestre ser importante. Que os grandes desafios para essa guerra, para essas operações em multidomínio, são a sobrevivência das forças blindadas e o comando e controle. E, por final, as forças blindadas, elas sempre, desde que modernas e adestradas, elas permanecem sendo um fator de dissuasão. Então, essas são algumas ideias que nós colocamos aqui para esse desafio da palestra, que é o papel dos blindados nas operações multidomínio. Estamos desafiando, já implementando isso no nosso manual de operações aí de 2022, e serve um grande desafio de nos mantermos atualizados, e a nossa indústria, em percorrer o caminho e manter os nossos forças blindadas atualizadas. Muito obrigado.
Nossos agradecimentos ao senhor General Tratz, chefe da CDUX, por sua apresentação. Daremos prosseguimento à nossa programação agora com uma transmissão à distância com o senhor General de Brigada Marcelo Carvalho Ribeiro, comandante da 6ª Brigada de Infantaria Blindada. O tema a ser apresentado é Sistemas de Simulação em prol do Ensino e das Forças de Prontidão, FORPROM. Da 6ª Brigada de Infantaria Blindada, tem a palavra o general de brigada Marcelo Carvalho Ribeiro.
General Tratz, chefe do Centro de Doutrina, nosso general dos inscritos, senhores ouvintes da nossa conferência, senhores oficiais, autoridades. Primeiramente, eu queria me desculpar por não estar presente no evento fisicamente. Isso se deu em função das atividades aqui da nossa brigada, de preparação, de adestramento e de situações que envolvem o nosso emprego embaixo, mas para tornar um pouco menos ácida essa distância, eu solicitei que o nosso comandante do Centro de Adestramento Sul, que está aí com os senhores, pudesse passar com maior eficiência e com a sua presença física alguns conceitos mais técnicos que envolvem o tema que eu vou desenvolver. Bom, pode passar aí, por favor, o primeiro slide, então. A foto de introdução, a foto da nossa brigada, se vocês estão vendo aí, a foto da introdução da minha palestra, ela por si só, ela resume, isso foi uma foto que nós tivemos recentemente, numa demonstração que fizemos aqui durante a Operação Meridiano e Bagé, e que resume muito o impacto que nós temos da simulação. Todos esses meios que os senhores estão visualizando, os meios terrestres, as capacidades, para cada uma dessas capacidades que os senhores estão enxergando, desde o antiaéreo até os blindados, etc., nosso comando de operações terrestres é muito eficientemente conduzido por meio de um sistema de simuladores, de uso de simulação de combate, o treinamento que essas tropas sejam empregadas com eficiência. Então, essa foto é uma síntese do que eu estou falando, justamente que por trás de cada um desses meios nós temos sistemas de simulação interoperando, interagindo com nossos estados maiores, interagindo com os decisores para que a gente consiga ter um meio eficiente. Vamos passar para o próximo slide? Então, vou seguir rapidamente o sumário, muito sucinto, onde eu vou falar, então, já que o meu tema tem o conceito de CISPROM, FORPROM, para nivelamento de conhecimento, para que a gente entenda o que é isso, né? Vamos falar, então, o impacto, então, por que a simulação impactou o nosso sistema de prontidão, nossas forças de prontidão. Vou falar um pouquinho do papel da simulação.
Para as forças, que são muito tecnologicamente avançadas, né? Ele criou um sistema de prontidão operacional, que é o CISPROM da Força Terrestre, onde ele, basicamente, o que é o CISPROM? Ele procurou selecionar determinadas forças, que a gente chama de forças de prontidão, que elas, na verdade, elas não são o todo da Força Terrestre, elas são uma parte, mas uma parte para que a gente possa aplicar certos conhecimentos de simulação, treinamentos mais específicos, com a finalidade de obter, primeiramente, umas forças que estejam à disposição da nação, em caso de necessidade urgente, e também que sirvam como um núcleo de capacitação da Força Terrestre. Então, essas são a FORPROM, que são as brigadas, na verdade. A minha brigada, a 6ª Brigada, ela está inserida nesse contexto, já que é uma brigada estratégica, temos muitos blindados, muitos meios, né? E está inserida, então, nesse sistema de prontidão como uma das forças de prontidão. Próximo slide. Então, praticamente, eu vou bater como é que a gente faz esse sistema. Logicamente, volta, por favor, no slide anterior. Volta no slide anterior, por favor, no apronto operacional, na operação por aço, apronto operacional. Volte no apronto operacional. Um slide atrás, por favor. Houve algum travamento aí, não sei que houve. Não... Tá, mas para dizer o seguinte, nós, até chegar... Isso, esse slide que eu queria abordar. Bom, para chegarmos no nível da gente fazer uma inspeção na tropa e ela estar pronta, cada um desses combatentes que vocês estão vendo com seu kit de apronto operacional, por trás dele tem todo um sistema de preparo. Ele para embarcar numa viatura, ele para fazer o treinamento, para seguir para o campo de batalha, ele passa por uma série de certificações e qualificações até que ele fique efetivamente pronto. Seria uma tarefa impossível de se fazer sem o apoio de ferramentas de simulação. Para cada um desses sistemas de armas, imagine, nossos militares são militares temporários, a gente pega muito deles o efetivo variável, que ficam só por um ano prestando serviço militar, mas que ele possa entrar na viatura, sair, manobrar sem que cometa um acidente, sem que ele se comporte de uma maneira adequada, ele passa por uma série de níveis de treinamento até chegar nesse estágio final, que aí nós estamos vendo o apronto operacional. Próximo, por favor. Então, essa operação Punhos de Aço, né, que ocorreu agora ali em outubro, basicamente foi um grande exercício aqui da Brigada, onde a gente pôde verificar esse nível de treinamento que sem essas ferramentas seria impossível chegar aí. Vamos próximo. Então, a gente adestra desde os estados maiores, com exercício de simulação construtiva, até as tropas mais elementares, frações nível subunidade, unidade, pelotão, no adestramento com simuladores de combate e que possibilitam a gente chegar no campo, mesmo sem, muitas vezes, no caso da Operação Punhos de Aço, os militares só fizeram manobras elementares antes de ir, mas para partir para uma grande operação, chegar seco, com toda uma brigada e se desdobrar no campo, é possível somente com muito treinamento de simulação envolvido, para que tivéssemos o nível de desempenho colocado. Próximo, por favor. Fizemos ataques coordenados, transposição de curso d'água. Aí eu tenho que dizer que a nossa engenharia também está contando com esses meios de simulação no nível mais elementar. Isso não é simples, você rapidamente chegar num rio obstáculo, lançar um meio de transposição. Então, a simulação está permeando todas as minhas funções de combate. Próximo, por favor. Bom, culminamos aí com uma grande simulação, eu chamo assim, que foi um exercício que fizemos agora em novembro, né? Mas com uma operação que cada uma dessas viaturinhas que os senhores estão vendo, ela simulava, por exemplo, a viatura leve simulava um pelotão e a viatura maior, o 5 tons, simulava uma subunidade inteira, né? Instalamos rádios nas viaturas e nada mais foi a operação Meridiano em Bagé que uma grande simulação, uma simulação feita com viaturas, vamos falar assim, mas que nos possibilitou, por exemplo, adestramento de marcha para o combate, de ataques coordenados, de condutas para treinar os nossos quadros, né? E com muita eficiência. Então, eu jamais pensei, né, que agora, no final de ano, imagina, que eu cheguei praticamente a assumir em agosto, mas pensei que fosse chegar no final de ano, em novembro, com a capacidade de mexermos uma divisão de exército, mais um comando de área, 2 divisões de exército, uma contra a outra, num exercício de adestramento. E isso só foi possível justamente esse nível de treinamento e essa simulação que foi feita, ela mais uma vez se encaixa nesse sistema de forças de prontidão. Bom, pode passar, por favor. Nessa operação, nós fizemos, então, uma demonstração de capacidades também, onde atiramos, tiro real, com todos esses meios, né, onde eu tirei essa foto inicial, foi justamente para mostrar com a excelência, né, da qualificação. E, incontestavelmente, a simulação chegou na Força Terrestre para ficar, né? Com os meios avançados que nós temos, com meios cada vez mais modernos, a simulação ela se faz necessária por uma série de coisas. Mas eu colocaria como aspecto principal esse, de os senhores nós podermos treinar com efetividade tropas diminuindo riscos, acidentes e com uma economia de meios muito grande. Tá? Próximo, por favor. Bom, e nessa operação, Meridiano em Bagé, para mim ficou muito claro esse nível de preparo que nós conseguimos atingir. Isso só foi possível pela simulação. E agora eu vou pedir para o nosso CEASUL, que está aí fisicamente com os senhores, explicar mais detalhadamente essa ferramenta fantástica que essa possibilidade da gente ter o apoio do CEASUL e do nosso Comando de Operações Terrestres para tornar isso viável. Por gentileza, Fornazari, vamos prosseguir, então, com a sua colocação.
Então, agradecer, General Ribeiro, pelo convite de estar aqui nessa conferência e apresentar um pouco mais do que é o Centro de Adestramento, que é uma unidade muito nova no Exército, tem apenas 7 anos desde a sua criação e apenas a partir de 2019 que começou a adquirir capacidade plena. Então, o Centro, também, a partir de 2019, com a criação do CISPROM, ele teve ampliado as suas capacidades e também pôde fazer parte dessa estrutura do CISPROM. O CISPROM ele foi criado para ampliar essa capacidade de pronta resposta do Exército e ele é dividido num ciclo de 3 fases, que vão ser abordadas na sequência. Esse adestramento ele é feito com o apoio dos centros de adestramento, o CEASUL lá de Santa Maria e o CEALeste do Rio de Janeiro. Cada um tem a sua vocação. O CEASUL é vocacionado para emprego de tropas blindadas mecanizadas e o CEALeste para tropas leves e paraquedistas. E com o emprego do sistema de simulação durante esses adestramentos. E é um ciclo sequencial e ininterrupto. Ele é composto por uma primeira fase, uma fase de preparação, cerca de 3 meses, que a tropa que está sendo adestrada, ela passa por toda uma fase de instrução de CTTEP, de período de adestramento básico, para chegar na segunda fase, que é a fase de certificação, onde ele passa pelas 3 simulações: a simulação consultiva, a simulação virtual e a simulação viva, todas elas com o apoio dos centros de adestramento. Todos esses exercícios de adestramento, eles são feitos, são planejados baseado nos pilares da simulação. A existência de uma força oponente, que é uma força, não é uma figuração que está ali figurando um inimigo, é uma força que tem a sua doutrina própria, a sua capacidade, as suas capacidades e a sua intenção que vai causar prejuízos àquela tropa que está sendo adestrada. A presença dos observadores, controladores de adestramento, que são os militares treinados, experientes, que estão acompanhando os exercícios, acompanhando os procedimentos da tropa que está sendo adestrada, os dispositivos de simulação, propriamente ditos, e uma análise pós-ação que é realizada ao fim da atividade e pode ser feita também após algumas pausas técnicas. Esses exercícios de adestramento, eles são empregados com uma metodologia. Então, é extraído dos programas de padrão de adestramento o que se deve fazer. Além disso, se consultam os manuais da doutrina para se obter como deve ser feito aquela atividade, e do resultado disso aí saem as fichas de observação que os OCA estão acompanhando aquela tropa que está sendo adestrada, seja a nível brigada, os estados-maiores de brigada, as unidades, subunidades, pelotões no terreno. Então, vamos passar uma rápida explicação do que é a simulação consultiva. Na simulação consultiva, as tropas são simuladas, elas estão operando num sistema simulado dentro de um cenário simulado. Então, da figura, os senhores podem ver a parte toda em azul, os pelotões, as companhias, os batalhões que estariam no terreno estão todos simulados dentro de um sistema de computador. Só que eles são controlados por pessoas reais. Então, os estados-maiores de brigada ou os estados-maiores até de divisão de exército estão no terreno sendo adestrados dentro dos seus PCs. E o seu grande objetivo da simulação consultiva é adestrar o estado-maior das grandes unidades e dos grandes comandos. Para isso, é utilizado o software Combater, que ele é da fabricante Masa, é a nacionalização do Sword francês. Ele foi customizado no Brasil pela Rustcom e tem todas essas características de utilizar a inteligência artificial. Então, as forças elas são automatizadas, então cada pelotão, cada subunidade, ela tem já automatizado os seus procedimentos, como é feito um ataque, como é feita uma defesa, tudo de forma automatizada, para que o resultado dos embates sejam simulados pelo software. Ele está totalmente adaptado à doutrina do EB e também pode ser utilizado em cenários de não guerra. Então, é uma solução completa aí que abrange servidor, cliente, ferramenta de cenário, análise pós-ação, etc. Como é que funciona esse exercício de simulação consultiva? Então, nós temos a parte à esquerda, lá no centro de adestramento, a parte de controle do simulador. Então, os operadores e controladores de cada unidade, de cada batalhão, de cada subunidade, da brigada em si, da força oponente, a direção do exercício, todos esses estão em Santa Maria interagindo com o software, com o Combater. E as tropas adestradas, à direita, em verde, estão desdobradas nos seus PCs em barracas, em qualquer local, em Ponta Porã, em Curitiba. Estamos realizando essa semana um exercício com a 7ª Brigada, que o PC está desdobrado lá em Natal. E a interface entre as ordens que são dadas nos PCs e o software é feita pelos observadores, pelos controladores e operadores que transmitem, que refletem as ordens emanadas pelos comandos nos seus computadores e, da mesma forma, eles recebem os resultados desse embate e transmitem pelos canais de comunicação para que os comandos que estão sendo adestrados eles tenham consciência situacional e possam fazer as manobras e as condutas de combate durante os exercícios. A simulação tática, que é uma outra vertente, ela abrange a simulação virtual e a viva, ela tem por missão realizar o adestramento tático até o nível subunidade, incluindo seus apoios, com foco no treinamento das técnicas, táticas e procedimentos. Então, o foco é a complementariedade. O que não se consegue ver no terreno, na simulação viva, é realizado na simulação virtual. Por exemplo, o impacto dos fogos de artilharia, eles são retratados são simulados durante a simulação virtual. Então, o elemento que está controlando lá a sua viatura, ele consegue ver o impacto da granada, a cratera que é formada, tudo que é simulado pelo fogo, ele é feito, e, da mesma forma, a complementariedade da viva do que não se pode ser feito na simulação virtual. Então, a simulação virtual é uma modalidade onde os agentes reais, os militares, estão operando sistemas simulados ou gerados por computador. Nós possuímos simuladores de procedimentos, simuladores técnicos, no Centro de Blindados, no Centro de Aviação do Exército, que fazem aquela simulação virtual voltada para o treinamento tático, o treinamento técnico daquele material. É o procedimento do motorista, o procedimento do atirador, o procedimento do piloto. E, nos centros de adestramento, nós temos um simulador tático, onde cada um está desenvolvendo, de uma forma integrada, num sistema de computador, a sua função como atirador, como motorista, estão atuando num terreno tático. O seu grande foco ali é substituir o sistema de armas, veículos e aeronaves e de outros equipamentos cuja operação exige um alto grau de adestramento, também envolva riscos e custos elevados para operar. Aquela ideia de se poder realizar mais vezes uma atividade que, por problemas de recursos, de gasto do material, de riscos, elas não são realizadas com a mesma frequência que desejamos. Então, na simulação virtual, toda a parte de emissão de ordens, do planejamento da subunidade, ela é feita, o comandante da subunidade emite a sua ordem, os comandantes de pelotão emitem as suas ordens no caixão de areia, é feito o treinamento da matriz de sincronização. A diferença é que, ao invés de sair da ZRL e deslocar com as suas viaturas, os militares eles vão lá, cada um ocupa a sua baia, ocupa a sua posição no simulador virtual e realizam o exercício de forma adestrada. Então, aí as duas figuras à direita são figuras para exemplificar uma transposição de uma brecha e o impacto de um fogo de artilharia no simulador virtual. Então, o nosso simulador virtual tático ele é o VBS-3, que é da Bohemia Interactive, da República Tcheca, e tem essas características aí listadas. Também trabalhando com inteligência artificial, há a possibilidade de edição de cenários, de ferramentas de análise pós-ação, de se visualizar na análise pós-ação, dentro da perspectiva do militar que estava ali como atirador do carro de combate, uma visão ampla de todo o terreno. Então, são várias visões que permitem que a tropa adestrada ela possa ter uma noção mais ampla do seu adestramento, de como executou, para que possa corrigir procedimentos. Então, o grande foco do VBS, o grande ganho que se tem com o simulador virtual é a possibilidade de coordenar o movimento, coordenar os fogos e o comando e controle. Já o exercício campanha com simulação viva, que é a nossa terceira vertente, nós temos agentes reais, militares, operando sistemas reais, sistemas de armas, sistemas de veículos, aeronaves, num cenário real, no mundo real. A diferença é que está com o apoio de sensores e de dispositivos apontadores lasers, que simulam os efeitos dos engajamentos. Então, da tropa que está atirando, o engajamento, o resultado daquele engajamento, se atingiu ou não atingiu, se foi atingido por fogo direto ou indireto. Esses são os nossos equipamentos, são equipamentos que foram adquiridos junto à SAAB. Então, nós temos sensores para viaturas, sensores de pessoal, que são os nossos coletes, os PDDs e capacetes, que para o pessoal e as viaturas, eles formam um cilindro, um molde digital em torno do corpo do militar ou da viatura, e ele retrata fielmente se o impacto que foi sofrido pela ação da força oponente, se foi um tiro que pegou no peito, que pegou no braço, se pegou na perna, se destruiu a lagarta, se destruiu o sistema de comunicação, se a viatura foi danificada, se os componentes que estão dentro da viatura foram mortos ou não. Além disso, os emissores laser, tanto para armas portáteis, que eles ficam fixados no cano do fuzil, e com o disparo de uma munição de festim, o trepidar dessa munição de festim, ele emite um sistema de laser que vai interagir no PDD, no colete do militar que está na força oponente. Além de outros equipamentos que permitem esse controle dos militares. Então, o exercício ele tem várias fases, ele é uma fase de instrução de nivelamento para que os militares daquela força adestrada eles possam utilizar da melhor forma possível os meios de simulação, a sensorização das viaturas, onde são instaladas tanto as viaturas quanto o pessoal, a execução da atividade propriamente dita, que é controlada pelos OCAs, e é controlada também pelo sistema MANPAC 300, que é um sistema computadorizado que cada militar que está com colete, cada viatura que está equipada com seu WTS, ele tem uma antena que faz o link com o MANPAC e tem um GPS. Então, todos os militares e as viaturas estão sensorizadas, eles aparecem no MANPAC, e é uma ferramenta muito importante de APA que consegue verificar quem foi o atirador mais bem-sucedido, se houve fratricídio, e a realização de fogos indiretos também são feitas através do MANPAC. E a nossa APA tradicional, ao final de cada exercício, de cada atividade no terreno, onde são focadas não só os erros, mas também as oportunidades de melhoria, as oportunidades de aperfeiçoamento da doutrina, tanto nas técnicas, táticas e procedimentos dos militares. Nós vamos passar um vídeo agora com a certificação da 5ª Brigada Seblind, que foi realizada no meio desse ano. Pode passar. Que aí exemplifica bem a participação do centro de adestramento nesse exercício.
Poeira aqui, Falcão, estilingue à frente.
Como os senhores puderam ver também que o centro ele possui um simulador de apoio de fogo que faz o adensamento dos grupos de artilharia de campanha e dos pelotões de morteiro pesado daquela unidade Forprom. Após a certificação feita pelos centros, com o apoio dos centros de adensamento, as tropas do CISPROM passam à fase de prontidão, onde estão em condições de ser empregadas em qualquer parte do território nacional e também para atender compromissos internacionais junto a organizações internacionais e como força expedicionária. Então, esse ano foram feitos o adensamento de 8 brigadas, com seus estados-maiores, uma FT unidade, mais 1/3 dos elementos de apoio de fogo e de apoio ao combate. Para o ano que vem, nós vamos ter o acréscimo de mais 2 brigadas, a 6ª Brigada e a 9ª Brigada, para chegar num efetivo total de 15.000 militares adestrados e prontos para ser empregados pela Força Terrestre, junto com os módulos especializados, que são os brasões que tem abaixo dos módulos especializados, que é de forças especiais, guerra eletrônica, defesa cibernética, artilharia de mísseis, que complementam com mais capacidades essas tropas que foram adestradas do CISPROM. Com isso, eu encerro a minha parte e retorno a palavra ao general Ribeiro.
Obrigado, Fornazari. Então, no meu último slide, agora, como conclusão, né, nós fizemos um caminho sem volta. Esse caminho não tem mais volta, né? A simulação ela está na Força Terrestre, ela veio para ficar. Fruto dessa tecnologia, ela exige, esse é o grande desafio agora nosso, né, realmente das nossas forças, entender que um soldado do século XXI, ele precisa ter, junto dele no quartel, as empresas de tecnologia, precisa ter academia junto conosco também, pesquisando novos meios de adestramento, novas tecnologias que surgem diariamente no campo de batalha, né? E é um caminho sem volta. O soldado do século XXI precisa disso aí, da simulação, de um engajamento da sociedade também, e o CSTM ele vem justamente dar essa oportunidade para a gente chamar, né, as empresas, colaboradores que queiram nos ajudar nesse desafio que manter uma tropa adestrada, né? E como síntese, né, esses 5 motivos justamente são aqueles que norteiam a busca por essas tecnologias e que, efetivamente, uma brigada, os senhores podem perceber, uma brigada praticamente chegar no final de ano, um exercício que a gente mobiliza toda uma pleiade de meses, volta sem nenhum acidente, com uma missão operacionalmente bem cumprida, taticamente bem realizada, né? Ela certamente o impacto então do sistema de simulação nas nossas forças de prontidão se fez sentir com muita efetividade. Eu agradeço então, com isso eu encerro a minha apresentação e agradeço a oportunidade que me foi dada de participar do nosso 10º CSTM. Obrigado a todos. Aço, Boina Preta, Brasil.
Muito obrigado. Dando continuidade ao nosso evento, a nossa próxima atividade vai ser com um palestrante com o idioma inglês. Então, quem estiver com a necessidade do aparelho de tradução simultânea está aqui logo no hall de entrada deste auditório. Senhoras e senhores, mais uma vez, bom dia e sejam bem-vindos para a continuidade dos nossos trabalhos. Convidamos agora o senhor Jeffrey Rice, gerente internacional de vendas da General Dynamics Land System. O tema a ser apresentado é sobre a evolução da viatura LAV. Welcome, Mr.
Let's try that again. Morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I apologize for the English. It's the only language I speak, and I don't speak it particularly well, so you'll have to bear with me. I'm Jeff Rice from General Dynamics Land Systems Canada, and I thank you for having me here today. I'm here to talk about the evolution of the light armored vehicle, better known as the LAV. But I wouldn't be a sales guy if I didn't first talk about why we're here and the product that we're offering to the Brazilian Army for the VBC CAB program. So the LAV 700 AG, which is available FMS, it's the most modern, developed 8x8 with a versatile 105 mil assault gun for infantry support and anti-tank operations. It's in production today, and it's available in a cost-effective and rapid manner. It's the low-risk solution for the Brazilian Army. So with that, let me tell you a little bit about General Dynamics for those who aren't familiar. So General Dynamics is made up of 4 groups: aerospace, marine systems, technologies, and combat systems, of which we are a part. Some of you are probably familiar with the other business units within combat systems, which is European Land Systems and Ordnance and Tactical Systems, better known as OTS, and then, of course, us, Land Systems. So before I give you a little bit more information about Land Systems, you know, General Dynamics is a big Fortune 500 company. We, you know, make fancy appearances on lists for being good at what we do, so it's something we're proud of, but I won't belabor that point. So Land Systems specifically, so we're headquartered out of Sterling Heights, Michigan, where they design and build the Abrams tank, which I'm sure is well known to everyone. And then in Canada is where we do the light armored vehicles. We've got big operations across North America, Europe, and the Middle East. Okay. Is this better? There we go. So we have been building light armored vehicles since 1976, certainly a long time, well before I was born, in fact. And in that span of time, our vehicles have accumulated over 150 million kilometers in combat, which is certainly a big factor in our expertise, and what we're able to do is having that kind of user feedback from being in theater for that amount of time. So you can see here the Land Systems portfolio. There's plenty of light armored vehicles, Strykers, M1s, as well as some MRAP vehicles. So a wide product offering that we have sold into a lot of different customers in high quantities. So for the light armored vehicles alone, we're over 11,000 either delivered or under contract to deliver. And you can see certainly the Canada and the United States and some international customers make up the bulk of that. So in that LAV portfolio, we do have a range of light, medium, and heavy vehicles, essentially the LAV 2, the LAV 6, and the LAV 700. Varying payloads, horsepower, and firepower solutions between the 3 of them. So again, going back to highlighting our experience in this market, to date, across our platforms, we have developed and manufactured over 80 variants, which is another way to say that there's very few things that we haven't seen in our 40+ years in the wheeled vehicle market. So to give you a bit of a history on the LAV, or the light armored vehicle, it really started in 1976 when the Canadian Forces had a requirement for armored vehicle general purpose, they called it, commonly referred to as the AVGP. At the time, GDLSC was known as General Motors Diesel Division, and we manufactured trucks and other large equipment in London, Ontario. So when the opportunity came up, we were by no means an armored vehicle manufacturer, and so we licensed in a build-to-print the Piranha 1 6x6 from MOAG, which is now part of General Dynamics European Land Systems. It was a small vehicle, only 10.5 tons, but it was deployed and did get the attention of the U.S. Marine Corps, which at the time was looking at increasing the mobility and firepower of some of their rapid response units. And so after borrowing AVGPs from the Canadian Forces for a period of time of testing down at 29 Palms, they eventually procured 771 LAV 1s. Now, they were 8x8s, and again, this was largely based on what was the Piranha 1 at the time, with General Dynamics Land Systems Canada getting into designing variants for the first time and starting to grow that expertise. So the LAV was deployed by the Marine Corps in the Gulf War, and that's really when it became something of a legend, as it was still the era of big, heavy tracked vehicles, and the LAV provided some tremendous tactical advantages and turned the tides in several key battles during the Gulf War. And so with that, the LAV 2, which is a fairly slight derivative of the LAV 1, really began to take off. We developed the first LAV 2 to meet a Canadian requirement in a pretty quick prototyping phase. And then from there, the Canadians bought a fleet of LAV 2s in multiple variants, followed by the Australians. And one of the main differentiators, aside from some additional payload with the LAV 2, is we got into modular design. So both Canada and Australia had the ability to change variants within hours in a workshop when they needed different mission roles. And following Canada and Australia, we had a very large FMS sale to the Saudi Arabian National Guard in 2 tranches, totaling nearly 2,000 vehicles. And of particular note, in both of those fleets, we had integrated with the LAV 2. The threats started to evolve, and the requirements of our customers started to evolve as well. So we started getting into a lot of retrofit and upgrade kits to both keep the LAV 2 current to the threats of the time, but also to extend the life of them as they were starting to get up there in years, and there was technological leaps being made with electronics and so forth. You can see the range of different upgrades and kits that we developed. And that's a bit of a theme here, is build the vehicle, goes into combat, and then we had to evolve from there. So despite the success of the LAV 2, with the upgrades, the Canadian Forces determined that it just wasn't going to be sufficient for the future, particularly in the realm of firepower and protection. And so they tasked us with developing a new platform, which eventually became the LAV 3, which again grew in size up to a little over 17-ton GVWR, 350 horsepower, and our first vehicle with fully independent hydropneumatic suspension, which is still to this day the components that we buy from MOAG. As much as we design and develop our own vehicles, it's still a major component that we procure from them. And the LAV 3 still did maintain being highly transportable. And soon thereafter, it was deployed and caught the attention of the U.S. Army, who, after Kosovo and the Gulf War, they had a few situations that were a bit of an embarrassment for their lack of mobility, and so there was their pledge to become a more responsive, rapid, deployable force, which led to an RFP for what would become the Stryker vehicle, which GDLSC, which at the time was now from GM Diesel Division, we're now GM Defense, and we teamed with General Dynamics for that opportunity, which we then won with what is now our Stryker, but basically a derivative of the LAV-3 with some payload increase, a step up in C4 ISR integration, as well as all the government furnished integrations. So shortly thereafter, General Dynamics bought GM Defense, and that's when we became GDLSC. But fairly incredible to look back on this now, but within 3 years of that contract being signed, the Stryker was actually deployed to Iraq with pretty minimal testing by the U.S. government or the U.S. Army, certainly a lot less than they typically like to perform. And we'll get to some of the experiences there, but ultimately the Stryker Brigade combat teams have grown from initially was up to 6 brigades. It's now 9 and over 5,500 vehicles in 10 variants. So it's certainly been a big success story. But similar to the lessons that we had learned about a decade before when we're operating the LAV-2s, is there's a lot of lessons to be learned in the wars in the Middle East and Iraq and Afghanistan. And while the Stryker was a huge success early on, soon the enemy adapted and started using different tactics, which were largely a lot of RPGs and increasingly large roadside IEDs that were large enough that they could take out Abrams tanks. And so in response, we developed the double V hull, which we're certainly well known for today, as well as a host of retrofit and add-on kits, largely survivability kits that every month our engineers were designing, we were procuring and shipping out these kits that were being integrated in the field. It was nearly a decade of urgent operational requirements from the U.S. Army to support the Stryker fleet. But what happened with the addition of all those kits is the vehicles were operating 10 to 20,000 pounds overweight. You had degradation of performance. And so eventually they started shipping vehicles back, and we started upgrading the suspension and driveline to increase the payload, as well as replacing the lower hull from a flat bottom to the double V hull. And once those vehicles were retrofit and shipped back into theater, because we, again, through our experience and having long-term support contracts with our customers and them having a lot of combat experience, we always design our vehicles from the ground up with an eye for reliability and maintainability. And so once those DVHs got into the field, we averaged 99% operational readiness on a monthly basis, which is certainly something that our folks are very proud of. So anticipating the needs for the Canadian Army, as the LAV-3 had been in Afghanistan for some time now, we developed an upgrade package, a similar upgrade package for the LAV-3 that we then proposed to Canada in about the 2010 range, which eventually they did contract. It kind of turned into a new vehicle program. The turret had a lot of parts that were reused, but the hulls were essentially all new. And it was getting fairly large, up to 28.5 ton GVWR. But the one limitation of or design constraint with the LAV-6.0 is it had to maintain relatively the same hull size as the LAV-3. And the market at the time was demanding a much larger vehicle to accommodate the need for more firepower based on what was being encountered in combat, and the increasing use of wheeled vehicles over tracked vehicles due to the, much more mobile, lower cost of operation. And so that led us then to develop next the LAV 700. So a much larger vehicle, up to 30.5 ton GVWR with over 700 horsepower. It incorporated all those lessons learned from the decades in theater, but also caught up with modern electronics, which had taken a leap from the LAV 6 design period till now, and also was able to accommodate much larger weapon systems such as the 105 millimeter assault gun from John Cockrell that you see in the middle picture there. We were fortunate to get a contract with an international customer that we are not at liberty to disclose, but it is currently in service and still in production right now. And so that brings us to where we feel that the LAV 700 is an ideal fit for the Brazilian Army's VBC CAV program. The lethality is unmatched. The John Cockrell main gun elevates to 40 degrees, which really broadens your available target designations. Full hunter-killer capability, a 12-round autoloader that eliminates the need to have a loader in the vehicle. So you've just got your gunner, commander, and your driver in the vehicle. The chassis is fully digitized with an open architecture, with battle management and voice and data intercoms and radios integrated, full 360 situational awareness system, and a very, very survivable vehicle. Again, has the double V hull that provides 4A, 4B protection, as well as an armor package that protects against level 4 threats. So we, of course, have not stopped there. We continue to develop new vehicles with integrating new technologies. Obviously, things like unmanned electrical, UAV integration are all something that all militaries and industry are starting to incorporate, and we have built several vehicles, some under contract and some through our own research and development efforts. We do a lot of academic collaboration with universities across Canada to work with their engineering departments to further along some of these technologies and how we can integrate them into our platform. So something we take a lot of pride in at GDLC is our long-term support contracts that we have with most of our customers, some of which have been nearly 40 years ongoing now. It provides a level of customer engagement that's invaluable for developing our new vehicles. The other piece of this is we do have our own in-house logistics engineering department that does all of our technical manuals, which at this point we've produced thousands of different ones for your maintenance, level 1 to level 4 operations, all your illustrated parts lists, and we've done it in multiple languages for multiple vehicles and variants. And then training as well. We provide a range of training options that can suit any military's needs, including computer-based training, simulation. So really support every customer needs something a little bit different. You can see the range of services that we provide to the different forces. New Zealand tends to be an incredibly hands-on army that prefers to do their own maintenance, so we do a little bit less for them. Obsolescence management is something that we do largely across the board. We have something called LAV-UNG. Actually, I shouldn't say we. There is an organization called LAV-UNG, which stands for the Light Armored Vehicle User Nation Group. All of those customers are a part of. And so there's an obsolescence management program that is funded through LAV-UNG that for any common parts and any General Dynamics proprietary parts, all are managed through that system. So to conclude, this is the Lav 700 AG. It's the most modern, mature in-service solution for the Brazilian Army. It's in full rate production. We are committed to Brazil's tech transfer and localization and offset wishes. As I just illustrated, we have literally decades of life cycle support expertise, and this product, while not being in the U.S. inventory because it is a derivative of some of their products, it is available via FMS, and I thank you for your time.
Para dar prosseguimento ao nosso evento, eu pergunto se o Coronel de Cavalaria R1, Paulo Roberto da Silva Gomes Filho, está presente? Ok. Então, convido à frente o Coronel de Cavalaria R1, Paulo Roberto da Silva Gomes Filho, analista do Centro de Estudos Estratégicos do Exército. Eu passo a palavra ao nosso palestrante, que o tema a ser apresentado é a geopolítica atual e o combate de blindados do futuro.
Passador do slide. Tá lá. Bom dia a todos, agradeço aos que resistiram até aqui, né? Vamos continuar aqui, falar rapidamente sobre a geopolítica global. Então nós vamos falar sobre geopolítica global.
So we're going to talk about global geopolitics and the modern
muitos pontos de interseção com a palestra feita pelo general
combat using
do Centro de Doutrina do Exército e com a palestra que vai ser feita pelo Coronel Antunes hoje à tarde,
strong vehicles. We're going to talk with
Bom, estrategistas sempre tentaram antever o futuro, né? Então, para a gente falar sobre o moderno combate de blindados, nós vamos tentar antever um pouco o futuro. E essa tentativa, ela é feita há muito tempo. Então,
this attempt has been going on for a while,
essa frase
and this sentence
escrita por importante geopolítico brasileiro
was written by an important geopolitician in Brazil in 1929. And the Cruzeiro magazine. So Captain Mário Travassos in 1929 was a major. He said, "Let us have no doubt about this. There is only one mean for the armies to go to tomorrow's battles. It is motorization. Firstly, to synchronize them with the growing motorization of activities, human activities. Secondly, to acquire necessary speed to its mass in order to make the best of this as a force. So he's talking about mass allied to movement and force to gain strength. This in the Cruzeiro magazine. So those images are from 1929. You can see airplanes, armored airplanes, and he was already foreseeing that wars in the future would be armored and motorized. But we're going to talk about geopolitics. Colonel Antunes is going to talk about armored vehicles. We are going to talk about geopolitics. So the current geopolitical moment is like this. After 1989, we have had increasing bipolarity, including polarity. The Berlin Wall fell in 1989, and in 1991, there was the end of the USSR. The capitalist Western Bloc had won. So after that, we had the Gulf War, which was a demonstration, as General Tratz showed in his earlier presentation. This was a great victory using armored vehicles as a main vector. So this was the end of the story. Fukuyama launched his book, The End of History and the Last Man. Capitalism had won. By gravity, every other country would be led to democracies. The USA no longer had a great enemy. And the 1990s were characterized by the lack of a clear threat, the lack of important threats to the armies. And then happened 9/11 to change everything. It changed everything. An important fact happened in 2001. China entered the World Trade Organization. China was accepted in the WTO because it was believed that China would a long time would become liberal and democratic. In 2002, immediately after 9/11, the war on terror began, and it continued in the last 2 decades until this year. The USA withdrew from Afghanistan, so there was no longer a conventional enemy. There was war on terror, and this was written in 2005. A book was launched by British General Rupert Smith that starts with this statement: there are no longer any more wars. In this context of war on terror, what he's saying is that combat between national states no longer existed. That war was now combat. There was no longer peace and stability. So this phenomenon would no longer exist. This conflict, this would change the paradigm of war as we knew it so far. President Obama himself in 2006 said that the competition between the world's large powers no longer existed. So we're going toward a situation where we're going to discuss the need for armored vehicles. If there are no wars, if there are no enemies, if terrorists are the enemies, why do we need armored vehicles? We are discussing the need for conventional weapons as armored vehicles, artillery, and so on. But the world keeps evolving. In 2008, an important phenomenon happened, which was the 2008 economic crisis, which was faced by the Western world. And China dealt best with this crisis, and they were the ones who had the best economic results from that. In Georgia, in 2008, this reflection also came upon them. So if there are no wars, what is going on? In 2010, the Arabian Spring started, and many regimes were overthrown, totalitarian regimes, and this was a change that brought stability in Egypt, in Syria, in Egypt and Libya, and many other countries where the Arabian Spring happened. In 2011, finally, the U.S. managed to eliminate Osama bin Laden, so 10 years later, after the 9/11 attacks. So in the beginning, we had war on terror. That was the elimination of the leaders of 9/11, ensuring the protection to ensure that no new attacks would happen in U.S. territory. And in 2013, from 2012-2013, this global leader assumed power in China, as we call the Belt and Route. He started the economic Belt and Route, and they start projecting aggressively as a power, as a global power. They project themselves economically, but also in the military and cultural fields. China started to project themselves more quickly. In the beginning of the years 2000, they started gaining momentum. And in 2014, a second scare, which was the annexation of Crimea by Russia and the invasion of Ukraine, the Donbas region, by Russia. So this was the final piece so that we could put together the idea that there is a competition between different states. A dispute for hegemony is present to date. Firstly, with the invasion of Georgia, and then the annexing of Crimea to Ukraine. Then we had a strong migratory crisis that affected Europe as a partial result of the Arabian Spring, the unsuccessful rises in those Arabian countries, Middle Eastern countries, and Europe had to begin dealing with a serious immigration crisis that has not been solved to date. In 2015, the Paris Agreement brought us many goals to the governments, self-imposed goals to the governments to mitigate the effects of climate change. And the climate change, with all the geopolitical problems it brings and all the problems and consequences of climate change bring to every country and to the relations between states, among states. We have the return of interstate competition. We have the climate change crisis. We have migratory changes. We have crisis, and all of those factors bring tension between states, among states, and affects security and defense all over the world. The Chinese armed forces in China, I was there at the time by coincidence, they were reorganized. So Chinese forces started counting on joint commands permanently active, similarly to the U.S. Army, in 5 large scenarios of operation or theaters: north, center, south, and southeast and west, central and west. And those generals are directly subordinate to the military central committee. They're not subordinate to forces. They are organized jointly, permanently active. The Chinese army is reorganized. New armed forces are organized as strategic forces directed to cyber technology, air and space, and information. A command, a logistics command, is created, and China is reorganized that in a way that modernizes it very much. So it's becoming more modern in equipment and also in terms of doctrine and organizational wise. So the world history as we thought happened was that they stated that there were going to be no more physical wars, and then Russia invades 2 countries, Georgia and Ukraine, and China ascends quickly as a power, as an economic power, and then as a military power. In 2017, the U.S. edited its national security strategy, and General Jim Mattis, who was the Secretary of Defense, wrote, "The competition between large powers, not terrorism." So he's stating clearly what's going on. Previously, they were declaring they were fearing war on terrorism. Now he's saying that the competition between or among large forces, not terrorism, are the main focus of the U.S. currently. In 2020, there was Brexit, a sample that showed that European Union that seemed so solid is not so undividable as we thought, and division happened. It showed the breaches in the European bloc. And then we arrived at the 2019 pandemics, the emergency of state competition between states, among states, and migrations. The pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the climate emergencies. All of those caught all of the governments by surprise, and we realized with the COVID-19 pandemic, we realized that collaboration among states is not so clear as when there is a crisis. Everybody remembers the aircrafts of the stronger powers going to get respirators, vaccines, and other equipment, needed equipment, straight at the sources, at the manufacturers, and the poor countries being left without. And in 2020, we had a conventional war typical of the 20th century, a war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, using all the characteristic high-intensity military apparel, using drones and armored equipment, remotely piloted equipment, which are those threats General Travis mentioned. They are the new threats to the armored equipment, are the drones. So in the history of war, a weapon is created, another weapon is created to counter, for counter effect of that weapon, the first weapon, and so on. And we had, last year, there was a confrontation between 2 powers, 2 nuclear powers, India and China, who attacked each other with sticks and stones. The rules of engagement forbids them to use arms, and they in fact did not. They used whatever they had, and this resulted, whatever they had at hand, and this resulted on many deaths at the borders, China and India, and we will see further on that China transported new armored vehicles over to the borders that are able to operate at that height. And today we see India carrying over artillery to the region, so there is a new focus, not exactly new, but an intensification of the tension in the confrontations between India and China. In 2021, there was the end of the action of the U.S. in Afghanistan with that emblematic photo that we will never forget of the Air Force, U.S. Air Force airplane leaving the airport and surrounded by desperate Afghans trying to leave the country, people hanging on to the airplane, falling off the airplane in a tragic scene, unimaginable scene in terms of the 20th century, but that happened. And all of this I have shown you is to try to make a point, to show that the world is still unstable, still subject to a series of misunderstandings or conflicts between states and conflicts for interests, and this hasn't changed. This is against, it goes against what Rupert Smith said, wars are not over. What does the future hold for us? The future is hard to foresee, but we can see signs of what is going to happen. So what we see in this chart is that the expenses with defense all over the world are still growing. And my friends here who work in this industry are very happy because they're selling. Even their sales are increasing, but the expenses with warcraft are increasing all over the world. Hypersonic weapons, this was mentioned today, a new category of weapons, heavy investment on hypersonic equipment. India destroyed a satellite and makes a warning and gives a warning. Russia destroys a satellite of their own, and they put a space station at risk. But the fact is that 7 astronauts, including 2 Russian astronauts, had to take urgent positions, strategic positions, in case of collision with the dejects or the pieces of the satellite that was destroyed by Russia, of their own satellite, the pieces that derived from the explosion. Cyber attacks, this is a constant concern to nowadays. We've had many reports on this. The oil duct in the U.S. that stopped operating due to a cyber attack. And this is something on our daily radar, if you will. Information on operations, information operations, the so-called fake news, where states act in an organized manner to interfere in other states' affairs. Remotely controlled air vehicles, autonomous tanks, all of those are new novelties that are happening. And what are the focus of concern today? I took just a few that you can see on the news recently. So China will be ready to invade Taiwan in 2025. The Minister of Defense of the island of Taiwan is making this alert to the world. The Taiwan island is very dear to the Chinese. They consider Taiwan a rebel province that is to be incorporated to China. But you have to ask the Taiwanese to ask them whether they want to be incorporated to China. And there is a law that was edited in 1979, the Act of Taiwan, where the USA is committed to protect Taiwan in many ways. So yesterday on the news, we saw that the U.S. invited Taiwan to be a part of the Conference for Democracy. I'm waiting to see today there will be strong repercussion on the part of the Chinese government against this. The matter of the tension, as Russia concentrates 90,000 men on the borders of Ukraine, and the local intelligence chief of Ukraine says that the Russians are preparing to attack. We don't know what the extent of this will be, but the fact is that there is concentration and tension, concentration of armies there at the border and tension at the border. The war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, there were new conflicts along the borders. The problems between India and China, as we have shown, are still going on. The problems at the borders between Poland and Belarus, where Polish government is accusing the Belarus government of fabricating this crisis, taking refugees to the border and using them as weapons to invade Poland. The problems between Israel and Iran because of the nuclearization of Iran. Iran recently disclosed that they have enriched uranium at over 20%, and the limit of the nuclear agreement was 3.67%, so it's much more than tenfold what was in the agreement. Africa, of course, many points of tension with a deep humanitarian crisis in Ethiopia. The problem of Sahel in Mali, many coups of state, coup d'etat happened in Africa in the last couple of years. In Sudan right now, the former prime minister is being restated into office, and this creates tension. So Africa is a sort of many problems. And what about the armored vehicles? So what do they have to do with this? In this context of hybrid war, change in technology, information operations, cyber war, quantum computing, A2AD, is there a place, a role for armored vehicles in this world? I think there are some signs that could help us answer the question. The USA are still working on a generation of combat vehicles, one of the 6 priorities established by the U.S. Army's modernization strategy. And this includes a new concept of a combat car that is optionally manned. This was approached here by General Tratz as well. France and Germany are working together on a new vehicle called Eurotank that will substitute Leopard 2, the German Leopard 2, and the French Leclerc in 2035. And other countries are interested in this project. Russia has the T-14 Armada, which is manned, but with many AI options of operation. There's nobody in the tower. The tower is completely automated. The operators are only on the vehicle's chassis. China, as I mentioned, has a Type 15 vehicle, which is a light vehicle capable of operating on Tibet. Like we were discussing here, lighter, more operable, more easily operable vehicles are being produced. And we also heard about multiple domains. As General Tratz explained, the combats will take place in 5 spaces: land, air, sea, space, and cyberspace. And land is where many on land, there will always be an armored vehicle. I almost put a horse on my slide. There will always be cavalry to combat land fights, land struggles. So the conclusion is, well, you can reach your own conclusions. My purpose here was to show you that in this complex world, with so many threats, with so much instability, where we do not see the end of an effective end to history, the conflict will continue to exist. And if there is still conflict, as long as there is conflict, even though we have cyberspace actions, space actions on sea, land, and air, land conflicts will still exist. As long as there are land conflicts, there will be armored vehicles. This is my opinion. So I thank you for staying this far, this long. Thank you. There is my contact info on the slide, so you can contact me if needed by email, blog, and Twitter. Thank you very much. Our deep thanks to Colonel Paulo Filho, the analyst of CX, for his presentation. And thus we conclude this morning's work. Thank you very much for your participation. And now we announce the lunch break, and we will resume our activities at 2 p.m. And I wish you enjoy your lunch. See you soon.
essa água, ela não é minha. Acho que seria a água do palestrante depois, acho que é melhor. Porque é um meveiro, eu tomo no escondidinho.
Tá, você vai fazer de máscara?
Se você deixar.
Pode tirar. Pode começar, tá? A gente já liberou o microfone, você pode chamar o pessoal para ficar e
Perfeito.
já liberou.
Agora são 14h01, né? Perfeito. Cadê o nosso... Beleza. Sim. Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We greet you and we invite you to join us in the afternoon session. I would like to ask you all to please take your seats, and we will soon resume our work online as well.
Sim. Ok, mais uma vez, boa tarde a todos, sejam todos bem-vindos. Nós daremos sequência.
Good afternoon. Welcome to all. We will begin, resume our activities. And we have the privilege of hearing Mr. Marco Antonio Café. Colonel Marco Antonio Café is General Manager of System Brazil, and he will speak about future armored combat systems. This will be the theme of his presentation, and I give the floor to the Colonel presently, with no further ado, for his presentation. Thank you. Can you please project?
Queria inicialmente agradecer a todos que estão presentes, seja aqui no auditório ou seja pelos links de streaming.
On the link on streaming. I'm going to talk about future armored combat systems. I apologize for the slides in English. I'm going to speak in Portuguese. And the challenges to the 21st century industry with no arrangement or combination with General Tratis this morning, things ended up in a logical consensus. So I'm going to follow the sequence of the slides. The industry of what he stated as the chief of the doctrines of the state. So I'm going to proceed to the summary about the characteristics of the armed forces and its dilemma, the transformational challenges, the challenges that we are facing as we do transformation, the responses of the industry to the problems presented by the users who are the armed forces, who are our clients all around the world, and a brief conclusion. So these characteristics that are firepower, shock power, armored protection, and mobility, they are dogmas, as General Tratis said very well. As I mentioned previously, we did not make any arrangements before this presentation, so it's just a coincidence. We have been doing this since the First World War, so what is expected of the armored forces is synthesized on the tools of the armored weapons, and this has not changed. We can only corroborate what was said in the morning, that is the demands for an armored force, or what is expected as the main traits of an armored force, are still the same, although the field of battle has changed, as also was explained this morning. This creates a problem. Ideally, the working tools of the armored forces, which is basically the armored vehicles of different categories, they should be a perfect association of firepower, protection, armored protection, and mobility. But in reality, if we as you see in caramel, the caramel colored slice is armored protection. I will talk about mobility. If I increase mobility, if I increase firepower with traditional models, I did this research today. We today have a few weapons that are being demanded armored protection over 18 joules of impact. So this is a trend that we will comment on when we discuss conventional weapons. But there are other weapons with other technologies that are also trying to reach this level of energy. So if I use a weapon for this necessary energy, this will impact mobility. If I want to increase mobility, I'm going to impact armored protection. So this is a dilemma, as we call it in the industry. So our challenge in the industry is to reach the best possible balance between the ideal firepower, the ideal armored protection, and the ideal mobility. All of this should be balanced in the battlefield. So this is a very complicated equation. This is a historical statement or conclusion. This, as studies have shown, studies by a colonel who was probably taking his course in the School of War in the USA. So he stated that for me to increase armored protection, I must increase the weight, and if I reduce the armored protection, I will have a less lethal and less protected weapon. So historically, this combination has shown us, has taught us lessons that led us to this format. This is also from a document in the U.S. The vehicles post Second World War, from post 1950, they the trend is that they would increase in weight, which increased the dilemma of strategic mobility. So if I use the technology that was available at the time those different systems were implemented, as shown, to increase armored protection by adding carapace, if you will, this would have an impact on the relation weight and power. And this is how Adams from General Dynamics, who spoke this morning, this shows that they have a gas turbine, and this feeds the system with heavy armor. This makes the system become heavily armored. So in Brazil, we also have can also see a relation between weight and mobility, strategic mobility. So in this document by the Army, U.S. Army, we are a global system, but obviously the U.S. Army continues to be our reference client. So for the armed forces to deploy in battlefield their characteristics that were listed during the first slide, on my first slide, shock power, firepower, and armored protection and mobility, they need to be deployed, meaning mobility must be observed, strategic mobility. And as shown in other talks previously, as exposed previously in other talks, the logistics for this mobility is very important. So besides logistics, we have a matter of support on battlefield. So those premises, those assumptions that I am working with, I have three ideas. First of all, before deployment, I need to do strategic mobility. I need to study mobility. These units that were allocated must be able to enter combat with no previous preparation or pause, with a permissive or non-permissive environment. And they must be capable of conducting operations in any battlefield win. The third idea is that to reach this, it would be necessary to an integrated design platform, system integration, organizational design, and the integration of training for the troops. So through this, we are able to reach the letalities and survivability effects that are expected from an armored force. So this is what is required. This is what is asked by the client. what is asked of the tool capacity for the 21st century, and the considerations that were made earlier are opportune at this moment. We have different, diverse battlefields, meaning they are no longer linear as they used to be in previous conflicts, but at the same time, we see a battlefield, the return of the interstate battlefield, and this leads us back to the need of maintaining a few characteristics of the armored forces as they used to be originally. So this adds another characteristics, which is flexibility. So I'm going to enter combat with a predominance of urban environments, a non-linear ground, troops of mixed with civilian population, and I will eventually have to face a conflict between states. So this demands material that allows for this kind of flexibility. We have received as a trend this kind of demand for the development of new systems, which is the capacity of air transportability. In foreign countries, we talk about CC 630. Oh, sorry, 130. Of course, the U.S. Army has, or Air Force, they have larger air carriers, so they can carry larger crafts, larger machinery. But here in Brazil, we have the C390 Millennium, which can carry around 230 tons. So this gives you an idea of what we should consider in terms of weight. 10 tons, this is something that the Air Force could help to transport, to carry. The increase in the, a reduction in logistics and sustainability issues, a reduction in oil consumption, fuel consumption, a fast response in the need of strategic deployment to any region. This material also must be capable of, at a certain point, reach above average speeds in comparison to what is used in combat, meaning higher burst speeds at certain points, and then returning to the planned data. They must sustain cross-country speed. They must be capable of combat on different terrains, different lands, different environments, whether they're facing cyber attacks or NBC attacks and so on. The demand also that we have received from different modern armies is a demand for maximization of communality of different systems. And here I would say, by memory, I would link this information to a program that exists in the US. So if you are a reader of this kind of subject, the A7 Paladin, what we normally call PIN, this program, of course, is reserved. This company, we cannot disclose the name of the client, but the main objective of this program, obviously, was to update the capacity of some artillery equipment, but the main purpose was to maximize the logistics communality on battlefield. So the automotive platform of the A7 has over 70% commonality with Bradley. That is an infantry equipment that is the standard of the U.S. forces. This helps maximize the logistics capacity, meaning I need a lesser or a smaller logistic chain to find, for example, parts for the equipment, for the weapons. And there must be interoperability between international forces, meaning there's a trend for the construction of a common logistics chain between countries. So many speakers before me talked about the uh, inclination to or trends towards war among countries or not. But this is what we see on the side of the industry. So I would like to bring you this information as well. To respond to these challenges, the industry has had to review its concepts. We had to introduce the concept of lethality, survivability, mobility under a prisma of protection. So with the existing vectors currently in current battlefields, I am not able to reach the adequate level of protection if I increase only armored protection, or if I increase only survivability or only or lethality of my weapon. They are a set of traits that are necessary for us to reach protection. So if we maintain the original characteristics of the armored forces, which are shock power, firepower, and mobility, alongside with protection, now we have to embrace the idea of protection as a whole, including these three concepts. So what does this mean? New technologies and materials had to be introduced. So we saw a change in caliber. Nowadays, with the infantry weapons, we see calibers and weapons, cadence cannons above 30 millimeters and 120 millimeters. So the main battlefield tanks, so called abroad, they reach calibers up to 120 millimeters. There is a predomination of 120 millimeters without dequalifying the 5 millimeter. We have 5 millimeters on demand by the client, but there is a trend that clients are asking for larger calibers because they need larger kinetic energy facing the opponent's protection systems. So to solve the matter and the dilemma of weight, there are technologies that we call soft bore recoil, meaning that this is associated with powertrain. We have rubber tracks, an active traction system, which is also a trend. Technologies that bring active suspension that, together with a cannon that have active retreat, damped reset, we have a larger range of options to use with this equipment. So we have disruptive technologies, which are missiles and in general traits speech. He mentioned high energy weapons. So there are technologies, laser technologies, magnetic technologies, and such. The final purpose is to reach high kinetic energy, impacting the opponent's protection with reduction of weight. So in this, still in the concept of protection, we have the idea of the intensive use of warning systems. So I'm going to use anticipated alert, situational awareness, because it is a network system. A combat vehicle today, whichever it is, it doesn't work alone. It's inserted in a network, so it's a network system. So I will have with this the capacity of engaging when I want, when I need to, disengaging when I need to, and opting for non-engagement, because with this alert I can I can foresee the capacity of the opponent and not engage. And there are stealth technologies. Many of them are very interesting, such as some um, gadgets that are used on the external surface that allow the vehicle to change its body. There are many pixels so that inside the vehicle, according to the terrain that's operated, the vehicle can change color and it becomes less visible to infrared and so on. So this kind of technology increases protection as well. New materials, new armored materials. I mean, when we often discuss the 1970s, 1960s materials, but today we have um, different combinations of metals. So in our chart, we could see that some vehicles are operated with less weight and larger protection. It's not about the thickness of the carapace, but the technology that is used on that material. I already mentioned active powertrain, meaning traction with active suspension, and an irreversible train, which is the rubber caterpillar, rubber track. Many prefer the conventional tracks, and this has it has its own public. But I'm telling you about the trends. We receive the demands from the clients, and they are preferring currently rubber tracks. There needs to be an increase in the higher HP weight ratio, and we are now working with the concept of family, automotive, and communality in this. Sorry, automotive and systems communality. So we talk about the family 4x4, family Guarani, family this, family that. The concept of the industry is horizontal, meaning I have. And a friend of mine once said that as I found interesting, the trousers and the shoes are the same. I just change my jacket and my shirt and my tie, and I am able to meet the demands of different clients. So my bases are the same. They can be combined with different systems. And the onboard systems that today we know that the automotive part we consider the automotive part to be the simpler part of the problem. And the systemic part is the most expensive and complex. So the systems have to be common to different families. So to conclude, I'm just 1 minute late and trying to keep track of time. So to conclude, weight, sustainability, and logistics of deployment, of strategic deployment, are in discussion currently. That dilemma of whether we should invest on weight or protection, so other technologies are trying to solve this problem. This concept of protection is the new driver to meet requirements. So we don't only think about firepower or armored protection. I think about protection as a whole, as a combination of these factors. The impacts of transformational challenge also. See, often armies are thinking of introducing combat capacity, VBC, FUS, for the Marine Corps. So NVB fighting vehicles used by the Marines. This is a complex system where, again, the automotive part tends to be less important and the less complex, and cause a transformational impact that is huge when you consider the trinary. To meet those four initial assumptions that we projected in the beginning of the presentation, do I need the same number of combat vehicles? Or when we introduce the Marines vehicles, Marines fighting vehicles, will this alter the way I fight and the organization of the units? So these are all impacts that we saw happen around the world and generated transformation that certainly will be challenging to our army. So thus I conclude my intervention, and I leave you with questions. I'm here to answer your questions. I don't know if there will be any, but if so, I am here at your service to answer your questions. Thank you all. Thank you, Colonel of the Army's Aviation Department. Thank you for your presentation. So now we will continue our program, inviting Lieutenant Colonel Camilo Pereira Antunes. Lieutenant Colonel, you're welcome. He is the commander of the Center for Instruction of Armored Vehicles, and the theme is the world panorama and the trends of the armored vehicles for the future.
May we put the overview, please? Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, following our high-level overview, the preview presentations helped me with mine of the colonels and lieutenants before. I'm Lieutenant Antunes of the Armor Commission from Santa Maria. Those are our symbols. We always remember our first combat vehicle of the Army that is already with 100 years. Brazilian Army was pioneering in regard to these vehicles. So this is our operation symbol and the trainee symbol that I will explain later. This is the world overview and the vehicle trend for the future. The goals is approaching the main trends and identifying the tendencies. Always remembering that we are in the 100-year celebrations of the armored vehicles groups. Our pioneer, Captain Pessoa, 200 years in front, 200 years forward in his age. He idealized, he planned the military academy Agulhas Negras, and his experience in combat in the 4th Regiment, Dragon Regiment. He has been to France, and because of his braveness, he was promoted. Because of his bravery and courage, he was commanding also a French group. Other ones too, Captain Plínio Pitaloio and Captain Parachaves, other that have previewed us, our predecessors. So there is a channel, a very good channel on YouTube. A little bit after the Middle East, I had a question. Do we still have capacity after 100 years to use armor vehicles? Is the war over? So if the war is over, we're all friends. We're all Rabbit village of the. And we know that that's not what happens after. When there's a crisis, everyone is by its side. We have sworn to defend our nation. So this image shows Last year, it was a great operation in Azerbaijan. And I've been to a meeting. Major Santiago is here with us. In the 28th of September, you have this tweet there talking about the drone war. The armored vehicles are becoming obsolete. They say that the combat vehicle cannot survive with a drone. So I use this citation from Colonel Filho, who said, quoting Clausewitz, the news that comes in war times are contradictory. Most of them are false. So that was what used to be the fake news. Most of them are suspected. All we can ask for the officials is discernment and psychological competency to judge. We have to analyze with balance. Many videos with armored vehicles being destructed, and so to show that was obsolete, but I can admit that the group of armored vehicles are also attacked by drones, and so they would be obsolete too, and that's not the reality. As the old commander said, in war, people die. That's what happens. Many have highlighted here, we have to reduce damage, imposing our initiative and will over our enemy. So those are errors that we have noticed with our officials. There was lack of appropriated warning. That is a trend. Forward warning is what makes us survive. There's also lacking of camouflage. We learn as very early in the Army, also lack of occupation and covert areas. Army, whatever army has to have various capacities, various possibilities. If I just have one instrument, we're going to be in danger. We have to have many instruments to keep our mission. We have to have drones and other instruments too. And then we ask, is it the end of the era of the armored vehicles? We have a triangle in which we have to base. We have to have fire potency, protection, and mobility. And that is the symbol of our group. In that symbols mentions the possibility of using army or using instruments. Also, the deployment is what confer strength. The armored combat is combined. From the beginning, it was highlighted in the previous speech. From the First World War, we have been used. The Australians have been established that type of combat. That was an innovation. By that time, the infantry had that type of arm. That type of arm had to. So there we have pictures of the armored combat. Power of shock of approaching. We have to have artillery, communication, logistics. There's no way of not having logistic, and also we cannot deal with anti-airplanes artillery. We have to have capacity to face and terrestrial action. Here we have an example of 29 beep. There is a camouflage in the vehicle. I know what type of car it is through the wheels. It is a rubber chain. As everyone has said before, General Álvaro from the Special Forces said that what changes the boots on the ground. That's what makes a difference, the capacity of us to act in the terrestrial environment. So we need boots on the ground. And of course, we also need fire potency that the armored vehicles lend us. 2 weeks ago, we had an operation in Bagé with great, fantastic power that was from the grouping, in engineering grouping. This capacity few army have. World view, we had a multi-dominion. There is terrestrial, which is what makes the difference. Always we have another dimension, which is the aerial environment and maritime environments that will influence the other environments. I got that from the Naval War School about the conflicts around the world, and the most lethal ones, and the armor usage is great. So we can see high lethal ones, for example, in Africa and Middle East and Asia. They are mainly using armored vehicles. We also have in the Brazilian Army the employment of armored vehicles in Africa, also in Italy and Somalia. So this is a good protection, especially in a peace time. We have a success case that was expecting from a long time ago that operationally this vehicle is fantastic. Is used by many of our groups, and this is the vehicle that we use for peace operation. This is the Army was certified level 2 by the United Nations. Thank you, mechanical infantry. This is the graduation in the certification process. I would like to highlight that the conventional war is the most complex one. There is a dichotomy between conventional and non-conventional war in this very wide conflict. But the most difficult is the conventional one, because they have to take an 18-year-old man and military and train this little person and instruct him, train him to a mission. And I have to integrate this person into a mission, and that's very complex. That's not easy. And that's within time that we get that expertise. I got this theme also. The American Army has launched the combat operation of large scales that is a response in a low and medium intensity to attend large-scale missions. I want to cite the military review. Combat operation and wide-scale combat operation are associated with the war. Historically, the battlefields have been chaotic. The Cid Buzid and Passo de Cacerim in 1443, we had 5,000 military personnel killed, and about 303 soldiers dead a day. So we have to train, we have to apply material, military material and defense material. I'd like to talk also about the military armored vehicle of the Islamic State. After they have conquered the city, they seek for two places where extremist militants were, and military warehouse, to get their armed military weapons. This case that I would like to highlight is the taken of Mosul in 2014. It was a city that had, we should have at least 25,000 men there, but people say that it's less than that. It was a considered force, but with the operations and psychological operations done by the Islamic State through videos and those explicit videos, the force decided to abandon the city, and including the commander has left the city, and the city was taken with 500 officials, 500 personnel, with non-conventional war. And then they decided to attack, and that's it. They attacked the prisons and their military bases. And in a very little time, they have taken the city, and the few combats have with the prisoners were freed, and they got more people to fight. In that operation, with many phases, previous phases, starting in 2016, 2 years after, what surprised us is the numbers. Iraq had 70,000 men, 5 divisions, and the opposite force, they had just 10,000 men, and they took, in the first phase, in 16 of October 2016, and in 2017, July, they have finished the operation, with many deaths in the Iraq army. They had also 600 civil people. That was published in Military Review. In the Syrian war, we talked about the Syrian war, and that was very interesting. They have completed 10 years of this hybrid war. It's what we call proxy war, info cyber war, city-based combat. That's a trend. That type of campaign is city-based. There was a great national mobilization that the Syrian president was able to accomplish. They had to group another division during the war. They had to gather the Russian help with training and military equipment. And it's interesting. This red part here in the map was a territory that Assad didn't lose during the war. Imagine losing all the other places. How would be recover that? Only with terrestrial capacity he would be able to do it. And then I say, he had to use very modern armored vehicles and all his national power to reconquer the territory. And essentially, the armored vehicles were used. There was various groups of extremists and rebels. All of them were focused on taking the armored vehicles. This one here in the left of the Islamic army that was close to Damascus. It was there forever, for years, with their troops, with mortars, and was accomplished in 2018. Which was the strategy? The strategy was taking the main cities, and for that initiative, they would have to have the armored vehicles. And it's, of course, they will have to have to concentrate their means to enter the city and overtaking them. It's a very interesting conflict to study, the Syrian war. Other ones also mentioned by Colonel Paulo Filho, which is Ukrainian and Russian ones. This is in the African continent. On the left, you have Nigerian war with a very difficult opponent. There's some report of some specialists. There already has up to 350 dead in that conflict. That's impressive data. Nigeria has gathered help from China with more armored vehicles, and now after 12 years in combat, they're accomplishing. On the right, you have the Egyptian army with a problem with the extremists, and in which they have to use the armored vehicles too. And this is an exercise in OTAN. And Russia and China, it's impressive, the numbers. 200,000 men in Belarus. And with that, OTAN is also using 28,000 men with armored and other equipment. So the armored equipment is the trend nowadays. So we have new threats. The drones in the Armenia with Azerbaijan war. There are blockers of sensors. Any equipment we have to use in a distance, it's very relevant that there are old menaces too, or threats too. There was the usage of the dumb use of intelligent war and intelligent use of dumb equipment. And so in the Israeli army, it was said the difficulty was the conventional combat, but the usage very successful of Hezbollah that use RPG and low-cost missiles. So old menaces, old threats were used also today.
So it was mentioned by many, the layers of protection to increase survivability of CC or any other vector on battlefield. So to avoid engagement, to avoid acquisition, detection, to avoid being hit, to avoid penetration, and to avoid kill. So we have systems here of alert and active systems. Israelis are they establish the trends. So we are always observing the conflicts in the Middle East, and we see fantastic innovations. We see that they're going now to Leopard 2 and APS in their latest versions. And Challenger 3, the British Army is discussing whether they should keep this or not. And it is it's not a new vehicle per se. It's a vehicle that's going to be modernized. The Cannon originally is it has rays. It's the only one with rays, and it's going to be modernized so that there will be communality in terms of ammunition of the NATO equipment. So this is a fantastic proposal. Those changes on the Challenger 3, and of course we mustn't forget a trend that exists today in the international panorama, which are remotely controlled weapon systems, as the SARCs. They are high-level equipment with very good capacity for our mechanized troops. And we have the D-30s that I like to say they are the most modern towers, not only of the Brazilian army, but of Latin America. They already have the warning device to detect laser. They have anti-killer and auto-tracker capacities. And they are they are excellent cannons, and they also have devices that support the person that is firing, while the commander seeks for targets. So we cannot have innovation in any system unless we have adequate training, and the more technological a troop is, the more qualified they must be. So trainings and simulations are high level, because we influence, especially as I will show you later on, we influence decision making. So the decision maker, the commander of the vehicle, or the artillery shooter, or whoever is the engineer or the commander at the moment, needs to be able to make correct, adequate, and fast decisions. And there is the digitalization of the battlefield. This is a program developed by the Army CDS. This is the latest update, and in the exercises in Bagé, we did this, we used this. It even allows us to send messages on WhatsApp. It's incredible, that it's huge capacity. So, resuming, in the world panorama, we see there is a relevance of armored troops, greater applicability of local combat, new weapons against armored troops, modernizations and projects for development. So General Sinocti sent at the third ADL used to say that no large nation, no great nation abandons their armored armies, as we see the UK doing now. The British conceived, historically, they conceived the armored weapons, and now they're modernizing them for the next period of possible conflict they will face. And of course, projects for the development of new vehicles, systems of remotely controlled arms, sensors, SARC sensors, to facilitate decision-making and accurate decision-making, high-level training, so focused on what is essential. It's important to focus on what's important to the military at any level, so they can fulfill their mission, and the use of the simulators, digitalization of the battlefield, and the problem of information overload. Sometimes we suffer an overload of information, so equipment must be adequate so that we don't have too much information that compromises or jeopardizes our decision making. Sometimes we have to make very fast decisions. And in tactical stages, we often give the military personnel too much information, and they debate the enemy for 2 hours without determining an execution mission. And the soldiers need to know what they need to fulfill, what they have to do. They have a deadline, they have a schedule to fulfill. So our next objective, this was Monte Castelo. So trends for armored vehicles in the future. As previously mentioned, Russians also define trends. It's interesting to know the trends and the research that are being done. The Russians are influencers in this sense. Armada T-14 is automated with incredible systems, and the Western world is looking for the same. As Paulo said, this is a remotely controlled tower that is manned by 3 military personnel, and they are in a very well-protected military cell. So if the tower is destroyed, I maintain the capacity of these 3 people, because the difference will be made by our personnel, whether they are well trained or not. Even though the equipment may be good or bad, will really make the difference is the quality of the training of the personnel. Here you can see the ammunition compartment and the motor. So this is the engineering or design of the vehicle to increase survivability. So we have comparisons here, 90 against the armed T-14. It's much larger. And the T-15, which is armored Navy Marines, so those are improved for survivability and battle operation with all the adequate material. Now, this is something that's being discussed frequently nowadays, the increase in caliber. The Germans have the 130 cannon, and the French have the 140 caliber cannon to increase lethality and the capacity of the cannons. Comparatively, on the right you see the 140 ammunition, and here you see 140 against or next to the 120, so that you can see the difference in proportion of a PS AFDS 120 to 140. So you see the trends of the Germans and French, what they're doing, what they're developing for 10 to 15 years ahead. So this is the time for them to develop adequate pods. This is the usage of robots. This is a global trend. Brazilian Army already has the counter-AD, which is adequate. But this is different from the trends, or as the films like to show. Robots must be used for specific missions. When drones were launched, everyone thought that they would substitute the other already developed aircraft, but they do not, in fact. What happens is that they complement some certain kinds of necessities. So here, Zapad 2021, a Russian vehicle, a Russian military exercise. They use those vehicles. This is a trend as well. I'm showing here the Israeli, what they're doing as a concept. This is the Carmel project, to develop the new armored vehicle. This one has a capacity from 2 to 3 men. You see the antenna. This is a system that supports decision-making. It has possibilities of in face of a threat. There is a very interesting sensor that was developed that's different from a laser detector system. It detects shoots, or shots. It knows where a shoot is coming from, and it can redirect the vehicle with AI. It is already incorporated to the vehicle system to help personnel make a better decision. So this is what's happening with the aircrafts. So they have systems, AI systems, to facilitate the commander's decision-making in the use of the craft. So decision-making involves cognitive competences, skills, values, attributes, different skills, interpersonal, conceptual, leadership, and management skills to enable doing in different environments. This is the main difficulty, and I have to precisely provide the best tools to my trained personnel for them to be able to fulfill a mission, to carry out a mission in the situation of chaos that is war. So this is what they have to do. They have to carry out a mission. Another trend brought by the British Army is that they are restructuring their forces now, and what's interesting that they're mechanizing their forces. They're reducing the amount, the number of vehicles, but they are mechanizing their vehicles increasingly. So this is what they're doing. Heavy, light, and medium brigades, they all are armored. Then there are special forces with new information and other force support troops. So this is what they have today. So those are the costs of preparation of the vehicles. So basically what happens is those are light mechanized brigades or heavy mechanized brigades, always mechanized. There is artillery as well, so some will reduce and some will increase. And we often think we're so close to the future, but this is more science fiction than anything else. I saw this film when I was a kid. This is supposed to take place in 2029, and we're closer to that, so we have to be more realistic regarding our capacity. So this is what we need to do. We need to delegate a mission, to delegate tasks, and not suppose that we can do everything with one single tool, like a hammer. Sometimes I need a screwdriver because the hammer is not going to solve my problem. So we need to have different capacities. So we have new concepts of armored vehicles. That's a trend that's being supported by the Russians and by the Israeli with the Carmel project to develop new vehicles, new armored vehicles. As I mentioned, the French, the Germans, they're changing this. So with the Carmel experiments, they're doing this, they're increasing. So the robotization, combat, now we're going to have operations increasingly in larger urban centers. So we have to be able to do that. Simulation and high-level preparation, and this problem of information overload, which is the large amount of information, excess of information. So the Israelis are doing a monitoring system for this to control the amount of information. So here we have to be able to operate the GPS and so on. So soldiers must be trained in every level. They must have adequate training, specialization, and they must be continually trained and certified, as General Ribeiro mentioned in the morning. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muito bem, nossos agradecimentos ao coronel. Nós temos a nossa próxima apresentação prevista para as 16 horas.
Our next presentation is going to be at 4 p.m. So we will take a break now and we will resume at 4 p.m. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with our program. It's a pleasure being together again. And the main trail, the main track of the presentation from now on is the Systems and Technology, Military Systems and Technology Conference, the STM. We will continue with our program, and we will have the opportunity to hear out Federal Deputy Eduardo Bolsonaro and Brigadier of RN1 José Wagner Vital, the coordinator of the Air and Space Committee of CINDI. They are going to give a joint presentation, and we will begin with Deputy Eduardo Bolsonaro and then Brigadier José Álvaro Vital, José Wagner Vital. So I give the floor to Deputy Bolsonaro to speak about space business, how Brazil can enter this business field. You have the floor. Thank you. I forgot my watch, so I'm going to keep track with my cell phone. So I would like to begin thanking Coronel Gomes da Costa and his son. I'm very honored and privileged to give you my first presentation about the launching base, launching a platform of Alcântara. Yesterday, when we talked about this, we had to talk in a public hearing or the Commission of Foreign Affairs. And the person who will follow me is Brigadier Vital, who is going to talk about the future perspectives and how we are going to make the best of this opportunity of a trillionaire market. As I mentioned previously, this is just one more step. This is not the first and certainly not the last step of this wonderful Alcântara Center that I call one more of those gifts from God, because firstly, God didn't want this to be the barrier of hell. Before you say I am a member of the cabinet of hate, this is the barrier of hell that does the launching, but the urbanization that happened around the city. Because of this urbanization, strategically, we decided to move this basis to Alcântara, 32 kilometers away from São Luís, the capital of Maranhão. This is almost uninhabited. There is a quilombola population. We freed these people from the non-profit organizations. I'm going to talk about this later on. I get a bit nervous about this because we know some details. But this is a privileged place because it is right by the sea. There is a bay. It is possible to transport the components to the region of the launching center. And there is an airport. It is the longest runway in the north of Brazil, and 265 days of sunny days all year round, which gives us a large window for launching all year round, and it is right below the equator. And this makes launching more cost effective. But if we think that these rockets will have a smaller fuel tank, this means you can have more satellites being launched at the same time. You can launch satellites at a lower cost. In Israel, they were doing the opposite. They were doing launching on the contrary, on the opposite direction of the rotation of the Earth. This makes the launching much more expensive, and commercial exploration becomes only of that country. And so this is a gift from God, Alcântara. This is the center for launching, the launching platform. Brigadier Vital sent me those images, and I'm going to tell you about how this started. In 1983, the military government that usually has a long-term vision, politicians today are only concerned with the next election in 4 years. And in 1983, the military determined this area to create the Alcântara launching platform. It started working in 1989. During the 1990s, there was several launchings. I'm here summarizing. I'm not going to go into detail of this history. So, as we are committed to the truth, in 2000, President Fernando Henrique signed the agreement with Alcântara, and it was rejected by the Congress in 2001. This was a huge debate that was held, and this went through different commissions, CREDEM, Science and Technology, amongst others, and this project was matured as much as possible in the plenary, but it was rejected. In 2002, President FHC also signed an agreement with the Ukrainian government to use this launching platform. Ukraine is one of the three top countries in this field. Unfortunately, in 1983, as you know, sorry, in the following year, there was a tragedy in Alcântara, an unfortunate accident that blew the place up. And it's worth to remember that this is a very specific place. So, main here you have is the human resources. There are people who study just for this. So this is where not only 20 people who are replaceable, and you can open a public call the next day, and these people will be replaced. We would have to train people deeply during many years. It takes time to actually be able to make a project like this work. This is our friend Trump. I'm not going to make any comments on politics. I'm going to stick to the theme. So this is our first meeting in March 2019. President Bolsonaro was inaugurated in March, and then he met President Trump, where a meeting was held, and an agreement was signed with the U.S. Then I wanted to put this list of dates because you need to know that in the same year that the agreement was signed, I am proud as president to CREDEM to have met the goal of getting this agreement to be signed in the same year. I have many people to thank here, all of those who were engaged in this project and committed to this project, and there was no resistance on the part of Governor Flávio Dino for the obvious reason that communists like money even more than capitalists sometimes. And this was approved by CREDEM, and this was the dilemma. This is the background of politics. What would this be? Should we have this agreement go through other commissions so that it would be mature enough in plenary, or should we try to place to be voted in plenary already? This was a moment of discussion, but the vision of the rapporteur, Eudo Rocha, prevailed that and the strategy of the left-wing parties was that it would go through every commission. This would take many years. So before we had this presented to vote for a vote in 2019, the left-wing parties asked to review, to postpone the vote, but in the name of democracy, I knew that they were trying to postpone the vote, but I knew that this was a democratic game, so my commitment was with the approval of the project. So we held 3 public hearings, and every 2 years, the air forces carry out a mission with a delegation of Congress people to get to know the Alcântara launch platform. So many of those deputies had contact with the military. They went to visit the platform. They had months to discuss the agreement that was signed between Presidents Bolsonaro and Trump. So there was nothing else to mature. Everybody already had formed opinions, so still we sent this to the plenary. Deputy Arlindo Schneider still made a motion that was accepted by the president of the chamber, Rodrigo Maia, but it was finally approved. And once it was approved, what happened to this agreement was it was sent to the Senate. In the Senate, the CRE, presided by Senator Trages, was also approved this agreement, and Davi Alcolumbre, the president of the Senate, proposed this vote in the Senate, and it was approved. So an agreement like this with the U.S. that always has ideology of they are ideological against extreme left. You'll see always the resistance of to the extreme left in the Congress, but thank God this was approved, and I would like to thank two people that were very important to the approval of this. The most assiduous person in those public hearings, a person with the incredible patience. Today he is the commander of the Air Forces, Brigadier Batista Jr., and Brigadier Flavio, who was at the time at the front of the Air Force parliamentary advisory secretariat. So those people are very important in the approval of the Alcantara Agreement. So if Brazil today is dreaming of the commercial use of this segment, this is due to these two people, thanks to these two men. And the story I wanted to tell you is this one. Since the beginning, Bolsonaro offers land titles in Maranhão. Today, 125 people were benefited with the land regularization. Teresa Cristina was there, and the Minister of Science and Technology, our astronaut Marcos Pontes, an enthusiast of this project. He was there, and I want to say this. I highlight this quote. In 2 years in office, we delivered more land titles than in 20 years of previous government. This is a historical milestone. Now, it seems that the previous ones, were not interested in giving land titles because people without a land title, just with the power of possession, they are in the same situation of near slavery. And these people, once they have a title, this is priceless to be the actual owner. This was a quote by the president. So there was a concern that explosions and accidents could harm those people. So to protect them, they were given land titles. However, non-profit civil society organizations wanted to interfere in this negotiation between the government and the local population and never gave them the land titles. What they wanted to do was to have them being given collective titles, so that if one of these people got the land title, all of them would. So if any of these people wanted to sell their land for any reason, they wanted to go into health treatment or buy a car, etc., they would not be able to sell their land because this would be a collective land title. So this is an example of what? Communism. So what did Bolsonaro do with the support of the armed forces? He managed to give each citizen their own private land titles. And they know that the land is theirs. It's not rented. It's not precarious ownership. So what the president is doing here, in 2 years of government, we delivered more land titles than in 20 years of previous governments. He is freeing these people. President Bolsonaro is going to have a statue in front of every landless movement settlement in the future. So this is facing the sea, so this platform. So in case of any launching, in case this platform drops over, it will not fall on any inhabited area. So, and this project has huge social benefit, that is removing those people from extreme poverty. Here, right next to Brazil, there is the French Guiana, our largest border with France. And there's a town called Courhou, which is not exactly along the sea. So when France wants to launch any equipment, they have to cross the sea, transport this material up to the launching platform, and then launch their equipment. Courhou today is the largest per capita income in Latin America, but it used to be a miserable population. So if there is one way to socially help the Quilombola descendants and this population that is often in extreme poverty, is implementing this launching platform. There is a museum in the States, in the United States. There is a museum where the launching platforms are. There are hotels. There are arts and crafts about the history of the launching platform and so on. So this is dignity. This is revenue and dignity to the population. So I was there with the president when he gave away these land titles, and their emotion was contagious because many of them even died while waiting to receive those land titles. And the question is, what now? What's next? Here's the platform. Next year we will begin with the commercial use, but is this enough? Is Air and Space in Brazil just charging a fee for those who want to use this platform launching site? Can't we do anything else? Can't we do projects together with other countries? And the Alcântara Agreement allows Brazil to launch equipment, to launch apparel, because most of the equipment that is launched is from the US, and they demand technological safeguard mechanisms so they can do these launchings. This is not a violation of our sovereignty because we are just committing to information security. We are committing to protect this from falling into the hands of terrorists. We are making a commitment just like in Formula One. I'm going to copy the example of Brigadier Basha Jr. You can't enter the Ferrari box, and start poking your nose into anything you like, because that involves industrial secrets, technology that was developed by them. Alcântara is the same thing. Brazil is not going to lose its sovereignty if we don't allow people to start poking their noses around. This is completely normal. So mistaking this for loss of sovereignty, this is something that is only stated by people with no common sense. But if God wills, we will use all this potential with the Brazilian Air Forces and the armed forces that this project will be developed. But now I give the floor to Brigadier Vital to continue. Here is a summary of what happened. Batista Jr., the commander in force, and the population. Here's when the agreement was signed, and so on. I'm going to resume, to stop here, and from here on, I invite Brigadier Vital to tell us how we're going to explore even further these capacities. And this Minister Fábio Farias of the communication with Elon Musk, that is the richest man in the world, not only this, but also the president of SpaceX, Starlink, and Tesla. Starlink is a project by Elon Musk, and we're going to learn now from the Brigadier how we can benefit from that. So this opportunity by Minister Fábio Faria with Elon Musk, it is an example of what's happening. The reality of space business has already reached Brazil. It is in Brazil. It's part of our lives already with this constellation, Starlink, which is a huge constellation of satellites, communication satellites that will provide fast internet to the entire world, including in the region of the Amazon. It is a huge opportunity for the development of the region, and we would like our industry to also participate more actively, not only in this first moment, but certainly we will we'll be able to enter this project somehow, and we will make progress faster. So that's why I thank Eduardo Bolsonaro, Deputy Eduardo Bolsonaro, for his accepting our invitation to throw light on this theme. So this is our opportunity to realize that the world is moving fast, and we were surprised by the arrival of this super advanced technology in the 21st century. And now that it is among us, we have to face it and continue moving on. And this is I'm going to tell you about this opportunity and give you examples of what can happen what we're going to do. The approval of us in bringing space technology to the lives of Alcântara and Brazil was an important step, was the first step for Brazil to enter the aerospace era, really, in fact, and not only with this, but in the sense of defense, but to enter the market. The Brazilian industry is entering a market of 440 annual billion dollars. We're not a part of right now because the launch platform is a center of crystallization where industries are supposed to grow around, just like it happened with Embraer. Embraer is from Alcântara. It's going to be a body of crystallization where we will transform the lives of people in the region and place Brazil in the airspace.
The Union of Material Defense, wondering how to shed light, has been making an awareness campaign for regarding the importance of the spatial market. It's a new market, new frontier, new technology. In this context, we are going to talk about space business. We observe we are already in a new era, a spatial era, with a strong presence of the industrial private sector, the advent of spatial with less cost model of business, advanced model business. Those technologies, sometimes people think it's a very low cost, but it's a high cost, but it brings benefits. For example, Starlink, which is a millionaire project, brings lots of benefits. There's a great reduction of the cost of access to space. Before, it would pay $50 million to put something in space, and now with Elon Musk enterprise, which is Starship, the cost is going to go down to less than $1,000. Nowadays, to put a small satellites, it's less expensive than buying an airplane. Sometimes flying an airplane is much more expensive. It takes many satellite constellations. There's a discussion of the use of space. Before, the usage of space was just for the benefit of humanity. Now there's a defense and business goals. This has been discussed in UN exclusively. New business models, ways of exploring the moon. There's a shift in the world paradigm, and Brazil has to be present in that. There is the exploration to Mars. Sometimes there is from Mars, you can do mining with small costs. That's why people are going to Mars, not because they're romantic, but because there is a lot of money there. There's planetary defense also. This theme of the military presence in space, the Space Foundation has hired a German consulting and has interviewed 20 world leaders about the military presence. Among those statements were published recently, they dragged four main ideas. The commander of the Space Force, industry leaders. The fourth, so we have the 4 points. The space will define the future of national security. I'm not talking about maritime security or terrestrial security. There's the innovation rhythm will be accelerated. Partnership are crucial to the success of in the long run. The alignment with the norms is necessary also. Where is it going to? We observed that from 2019 to 2022, the military presence has increased. Italy, Japan, Canada, Spain, Australia from next year on. India is already there, United States, China, Russia, Great Britain, France. and Germany. All of them have already special forces. They are regular forces, and they're planning arming for national defense. This is a new domain of combat, which is space and cyberspace. This shows an overview of the reports of Space Tax Analytic. That's not a site examination. This is a database. You have to use a tool to read that. This is the report of the second quarter of 2021. Is a mapping of investments in space. There are 5,000 investors in the world, 130 or governmental organizations. Nowadays, innovation is not just private or government. You have to think about both. The best have national stakeholders and also risk capital and private capital. They are all doing research centers. It's a web of stakeholders that is needed to advance in that matter. That's why we think it is important that Alcântara is there. The launch center will facilitate for us to unblock the investment for the industries. There are 20 business sectors. I'm going to present 15 of them, but there are 20. There are 10 bio business and $4 trillion in investments. The economical dimensions of space business. We do have the Earth space and the space itself. Signa Nakahodo, that's working with the American capital, has divided this way, and I've liked that concept. In Brazil, we are always talking about space, Earth space, but space is already a reality. And that is a trillionaire market. Today, we have $440 trillion in it. Goldman Sachs foresees $1.4 trillion. Nowadays, the countries that have been paying attention to those details, as India, for example, have created a Ministry of Space in 1972, and from there on have made adequate legislations and policies and investments so that they can participate with 2% of the nowadays market. They invest $22 billion now, but they participate with 8.82% of this market. The first ministry of their Ministry of Space have already a planning to raise from 2% to 10% up to 2030 up to $140 billion a year, which is not a state capital, which is already in 3B, but he's going to attract business of that value. So to create market, to privately leverage that market. This is an example of space Earth, of controlling satellite control of agriculture and forestation, monitoring of minings, control of the sea space, urban planning, preservation of the cultural heritage. Everything can be done through space. Nowadays, we still use some instruments, but it's a very, very huge market. So to the Brazilian industry to participate. For us to move from being just users to be provider of services, as India did, and participating in the global economy, bringing benefits for everyone. This is another example. This is space mining. Whoever is worrying about one state that mines that is the African states. There is there's an asteroid that they want to go through steps in Mars and Moon, so to bring $30 billion to the Earth. As soon as we get to Mars and to Earth and to Moon, make colonies there, we're going to change from Middle Ages and Renaissance, from the gold parameter. Whoever got there in front had advantages. There are many launchers, various launchers in 2021. This LSS is not already, we don't have much expectation about that because the Starship, which is Elon Musk rocket, has advanced very fastly. It already has authorization to operate in 2 years, and 100 tons will be transported to in a lower cost, around $20 per kilo in orbit. According to Elon Musk, who is a very optimistic man, we have to round that to, of course, $2,000 a kilo, which is still a revolution. That's what's making everything goes very fast. Besides that, there is an occupation of the moon, which there is between the United States and China. The spatial tourism everyone saw on television. When I started those speeches 2 years ago, I used that picture over there, and now we have this picture here of someone who paid $14,000 to run, and now we can do space tourism, something that was impossible to imagine before. As the cost of launching is low, we have orbital platforms to fabricate optical fiber with high technology and a very good profit. This is from Varda business that's going to use Elon Musk technology to put that technology in orbit. In 2023, it's going to be launched. It's already done, but the first launch is going to be in 2023. The gateways, which are lunar stations, and they're orbiting and exchanging tripulation as a corridor to permit occupation of the moon. This is one of the 5 alternatives that NASA is evaluating. It develops technology and offers to private enterprises, and they buy. It happens with Starship, for example, which Starship has taken 100 tons of payload from one point to another on Earth, over Earth. And there's also the trackers, space trackers between orbits, which is necessary. If you were to fabricate, to make genetic vaccines, and you can manipulate them in microgravity and bring to Earth. So you have to translate that from one orbit to another, and that's already feasible. You launch up to an orbit with the trackers, and from there on, the trackers will move the payload through many other vehicles. So you have a hub and the type of regional vehicles. You have there those trackers, those towers, type of towers. That's very interesting.
Pode voltar a apresentação, por favor? Foi uma propaganda de graça para o momento.
That enterprise had 15 years old of age. I wanted to build that type of business. I was very happy and that I discovered this enterprise, but I noticed that it had 10 years. We'll present now three mappings from other venture capitals that are business that invest in companies around the world. This is a space fund that separates, that divide in five items. For example, China is planning on building, put in orbit a solar power plant in 2023, 2024. That's already happening. There are 15 different types of business. So you have transportation, space Earth, space to other planets, transport on the moon, on Mars. That's already commercial. Communication. You have beyond Earth orbit communications. You have communications between different orbits, and the human factor. You have gateways and mining on the moon. You have precious mineral here. You have precious minerals on the moon too. There are substances that are just on the moon. For example, we depend on electrical energy, and then the solution is going to be nuclear fusion in 20 years. The fuel is N3, which only exists in the moon surface because it needs the cosmic rays, and on Earth you cannot have those cosmic rays to generate those elements. United States, Russia, and China and Europe are already planning 3 colonies close to mines of that material, and in 20, 30 years, our grandsons or grand-grandsons are going to pay for those developments, because unless we decide to participate in that party, as we did in Antarctica, we already have a station. Why don't we have a connection with our minings working, so to work with them and have part of this market? If we can have this agreement close to the 7th of September, which is our Independence Day, if we don't plan for that, we cannot be that in 20 years. We're going to be out of the club already. This other company has mapped it in a different way. It has mapped market business in orbit, in the high, middle, and over the space orbit. There are many states and business classified by monitoring and monitoring of debris. For example, we have the Russian satellites that was destroyed, and the international station. Each 90 minutes, the astronaut was risking death because they were crossing the debris space. So their business, they're specializing in reducing that debris risks. There is support for space missions, interspatial transportation, the deployment in different orbits, orbital services, the hotels in orbit. There are many activities that can be thought about that. All of them have already the private industry on that. We want Brazil to be inserted. Many logos of business in this segment of launching the downstream and upstream of services, and beyond Earth. We observed that in the processing of data, applications, there are various services that have already private industries working on them. I couldn't find any Brazilian businesses, and we worry about that. We want to unblock with Alcântara, with the Alcântara Launchpad. Brazil has taken the first step in 2019, and we have to speed it up to get there. We have neighboring countries that are already doing that. Argentina, for example, has put Satellogic in this group. It's a mapping of satellites, is a constellation of satellites that's working with an American company. There are many Brazilian investors investing in Satellogic. We want to create conditions so that the Brazilian investors can invest in Brazil. And we are not far from that. The most difficult was to take that from the paper with the help or with our representative, Flavio, that was from my class. We could manage to do that. This is another map, very recent one. I got that this week. This is the number of the venture capital, corporations, angel investors, venture capital. From 19 up to date, we had a great raising of the investment. We need minimum condition for the enterprise to function. Africa has already noticed, and in the last 3 years, we observe that they have doubled, they're close to double their investment in the spatial area. In South America, there is some stagnation, but there's a trend of raising. Oceania is not lowering their investments. Is that because Australia is creating their special force, and with $5 billion plan, that's not in there. So we have the impression that there's a low investment, but it's not. This report was done by Africa Space, which is an association of African industry. They are worried about spatial mining. This is another observation. We can see that in the report they had made a huge mapping. They noticed a reduction in the investment in the spatial market in Brazil and in South America in general because of our 2014 crisis. You see the level of detail with which they're working with. This was 2020. And because of the crisis we had from 2018 to 2020, we didn't have time enough to create the conditions for our companies to operate and sell their services in this space market. This is an example of what has happened in India. This might be an example for us. We observe a structure in the government in which the government buy services, and with that, the companies have the minimum to maintain their staff, and we have a creative in a time. They will take some time to get an exceedant of production of ideas, and that exceedant, that overflow of idea moves innovation. And so the opportunities will get higher. We have small enterprises. If they get stabilized, the investors will look at them and will invest much more than even the government. 1 million, 2 million, not only for the fact that the government is hiring services, but also because of the innovation. Not only in Brazil, but they look for opportunities in Brazil and elsewhere. And that would be a way of us to get in that space market with private support, but with the structure in the government, with the buying of the government. So the return will feed back to the system. This was the model that India has used, and we observe that is a model that we can use here too. Coming to our conclusion, having that figure, that picture as an inspiration, I would like to thank the Representative Eduardo Bolsonaro and Brigadier Duransky, that was the second commander of Alcântara. He had lots of patience. He had to go to. We already have already done the first step, and we just have to tweak a little bit here and there to overcome our competitors. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we thank Representative Bolsonaro that was part of this presentation, along with Brigadier Vital. We propose to have a response to this challenge, business space. How can Brazil be part of that? This is a very important theme. Following, in this afternoon, we have the opportunities to hear the Army General Sérgio de Goin, the former Chief of Security of the presidency. So we invite Mr. Chigoin to come to the floor. The theme will be the world after COVID and national defense. Good afternoon, everybody. My friend Colonel Gomes Acosta, but mainly good afternoon, everyone that are following us through internet, web, and YouTube. And the subject that was being proposed to me was making some comments regarding the reflexes. What can we imagine for national security in this world that is being born from the control of the pandemic? Not the end, but the controlling of the pandemic. How can I manage this, please? Thank you. This is the theme that was proposed to me, and I would like to talk about this. I will try to provoke you so that we can follow. But before we get to the world post-COVID, if it exists, maybe what we're going to have is a world that's learning and can get along with the consequences of the disease. Obviously, we're already starting with vaccination and promises of medicines. Science is being able, or has been able, to advance in those issues. Before that, I would like to take a look at the world that we're leaving behind. So to understand this world and how we got here, why did we get here, what consequence we're going to deal with. The 21st century in its first half has seen the downfall of 5 huge empires. The first one is the Ottoman Empire, when it ends the power that emanates from a center empire that was in the Mediterranean area. At that the first half of the last century, there was also the Hungarian and Australian, and then the Japanese Empire, and with also there was the Third Reich. There was an empire that was formed in Europe, and the Adolf Hitler's attempt, and then the British Empire that ended up the first part of last century. When we had the independence of their colonies around the world, the empire where the sun didn't set, this was a characteristic of the British Empire. And in the first half of last century, they left the remaining energy for us to deal with. Today, in the end of the 20th century, there were issues that were coming from that issue from as a star that had concluded the life circle. We still have those type of issues. For example, the conflict with Syria and Lebanon were we have inherited from the Ottoman Empire. The Balkans was inherited from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The North Korean problem is inherited from the, and Indian-Pakistan is inherited from the British Empire, from what was the British Empire. What we have today is German, for example, which is neither the last century German nor the German that was in the war, and not Germany that was out of the war. We had 4 entities at least that we call Germany. They have different characteristics, different frontiers, different form. Those 5 empires, as I said, went down in the first half of last century. They have left us yet some energies that disturb and make the defense and security issues regarding the international scenery with which we're still dealing with. For example, Middle East, we're still dealing with Afghan, Pakistan, Iraq, Indian issues. We're still dealing with Korean issues. We're still dealing with reminiscence of the problem of the Balkans, and the creation of countries that still Brazil did not recognize. There are some countries over the Balkans that were not recognized by the majority of the countries, neither by Brazil's state. We're still dealing with those empires, energies, reminiscences. On in 30 years, the highest, the biggest empire of the Soviet Union has felt. That was the great conflict that survived from the first half of the last century. With the murder of MacDuke, there was the first war. The Second World War was a consequence of the agreements of the first one. And from that war, there was a new world where the capacity of destruction and the ideological division between two poles has created two huge forces, generators of power, that was mutually confronting. The Western world, called the democratic world, and the Eastern world. The Western world had the United States as an emergent power, and the Eastern world dominated by the Soviet Union. And those conflicts produced the greatest empire that we have already known. Certainly not in extension. Maybe the Spanish Empire through 1640, around that area, was bigger than that. The British Empire was also bigger than that new empire, but the Soviet Empire went very far from its frontiers. It was established in a huge way. Of course, for example, even in small spaces in Brazil, small communities in Brazil, there was supporters of the Soviet Empire, has conquered the heart and family, has provoked internal wars, and has made to born again conflicts we have brought to Brazil, to our schools, to our universities, our communities, and our streets. The ideological confrontation. We have divided our nation, and we have had internal combats. That huge empire beyond their frontiers, and has finished 30 years ago, 1990. In the beginning of the 90s, this empire has felt. With the implosion, with the falling of Russia, we had 15 new nations from the Russian Empire, more to the east, more to the west. We have Asian nations in the east. Russia, with its vast territory, was divided between Asia and Europe. This is the scenery that was a fact in the organizations, the defense, the states, and the military structure and agreements, alliance, and international organizations. That was the scenery, that was scenario that was grown from the Cold War and the end of Soviet Empire. If we're dealing with the issues that come from the 5 former empires that do not exist anymore, that has ended in the beginning of last century, how long we're going to deal with the issues that were generated by the end of the Soviet Union and the emerging of those 14 new sovereign states independent from Russia. That was the center of their gravity before. So I need to take into account that the steps that we have been taking on the survival of the United States in the beginning of the falling of the Soviet Union has had put the United States as a great potency, economic and political power. The world has scattered from the bipolar to one polarization, which would be the United States in the end of in the end of the 80s, the Soviet Union has felt a new empire was being born, a new power was being born that we can see in our scenario, which is the China Republic. So in the first part of the last century, we still have to deal with the solution of those problems of those countries that were the center of gravity, or, well, in 2001, a very strange
a century that started with no references of alignment in the perspective of alliances. There were no more references in regards to alliances. Who would be allied to the powers or the sources of power that had ended with the end of the Soviet Union? The power, the capacity of the U.S. of allowing for carefree diplomatic relations, technical or diplomatic relations with countries that do not have so much power and they don't need to have power. Isolation, which is a trait of the American US society and difficult to break with, as seen in the movement of the World War II, a society that is directed inwardly, and elected a president whose proposal was precisely that, to bring America. His slogan was "America for Americans," and so on. If his electorate elected him, that was legitimate. He delivered what he proposed. But it is certain that this century begins, if the 19th century begins to shatter the structure of security, as the problem with the Balkans. This begins with an attack at the heart of the empire. New York was attacked, and attacked from within the U.S. There was not a fantastic attack from a foreign air force or troops landing on U.S. land. This did not happen. This was a lack of coordination or of intelligence that allowed this attack to happen from within the U.S.'s own territory. So the 21st century, considered the brief century that started in 1914 and ended with the end of the Soviet Union, ours will be a bit longer, and I have no intention to try to second So we have many problems, many internal contradictions, and the empire. The Catholic Church is an empire of 2,000 years that has survived many critics and criticisms and the advancement of other beliefs, contradictions, and so on. So the pattern has been established for our culture, our Western culture. And today we have two popes. The last time this happened was in the 15th century, if I'm not mistaken. 500 years ago was the last time this happened. It's been 100 years. Sorry, it's a century. I'm sorry, it's a century that has caught at least me with great surprise. The day before the inauguration of President Joe Biden, the National Guard, the U.S. National Guard, which is part of the armed forces, occupied the Capitol to prevent him from being inaugurated. To prevent the invasion of the Capitol by Trump supporters. So my comment has nothing to do with. I'm not supporting any ideology, any nation. I'm just mentioning that the so-called greatest and more stable and most democratic nation of the world had to occupy the National Congress or the capital, their capital, with military forces to prevent it from being invaded, or that the Joe Biden's inauguration would be disturbed. A legitimately elected president would be peacefully inaugurated. So this is complicated. I was a chief of the Institutional Security Secretariat, and even in the most difficult crisis we went through, we never thought we would have to place armed forces even around the National Congress. This was a role that we delivered to the military police, to the National Force of Public Security, never to the military. Why? Because this is symbolic. This has a meaning. The picture, the photo we saw, which is this photo over here, of soldiers, which are certainly here resting at the end of the day, they're resting for the next day. Certainly, Lieutenant Gomes da Costa would have punished all of those who would take that sort of attitude. So this has a meaning to the world. To the world we are experimenting today. This democracy had to call its military to occupy the Congress so that the next day there would happen, the inauguration of a legitimately elected president would take place on the next day peacefully. So this is a century where Brazil took 7 goals from Germany. So this is a very, very weird century indeed. But we did reach the 21st century. We entered the 21st century, and to talk about the reflexes of COVID-19 to defense, on defense, we have to understand that the disruptive moments we experienced that were not few, we must understand what the purpose of defense is in that context. What is the purpose of a defense structure? What is the mission of the military in any nation of the world? So the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is the key mission? If I had to define a mission in one single sentence, one single word, the mission of any armed forces in the world, what word would I choose? I would choose to win. A verb, to win. Armed forces were not made to attack, to defend, to occupy, to carry out logistics. They were made to win. And if they don't, this doesn't justify the history of the country and its entire history. So this servitude is at the same time, this purpose is at the same time the great purpose of the general, because he has no alternative except to win. This is not the World Cup where you can approach the coach of the Brazilian team. You cannot say, oh, well, if it doesn't work now, it will work in 4 years. You cannot do that. So Marshal, a certain marshal said to President Getúlio Vargas, he didn't say to the president, oh, if it doesn't work when you join World War II, if it doesn't work, it will work in the next time. He couldn't say that. So when we took our troops to Angola, to Mozambique, there was no chance we could just say, well, this isn't going to work this time, maybe next time. Unfortunately, in Brazilian history, we always, fortunately, in our history, it always worked, even though every time our armed forces were needed, we were unequipped, unprepared, untaken care of, and obsolete technologically. So this is the greatest problem. This is the problem of the servitude that is imposed to the military. You have to win. We have to win the conflict. And winning a conflict doesn't mean necessarily fighting the conflict. This is something that Jesus already taught. The best victory is the victory that you reach without fighting. It is cheaper, it saves lives, it's obviously more economic, it's faster, and winning means dissuading. Dissuading also means winning. If I am able to indicate, to point out to a potential aggressor that their aggression would come at a very high cost, they will have to think whether it's worth taking that risk. If it does, they're willing to take that risk, they will, or not. So dissuasion is also important. We don't have to have armed forces capable of winning any war. We have to have armed forces in a conceptual sense that are capable to protect a country's assets and defend a country's interests. And period. That's the limit of planning and need. So who defines the interests of a nation? Those who represent us, who legitimately are elected, and we have the opportunity of changing in office every 4 years. If I don't like a certain politician, I can change my vote. So the problem starts with the fact that nobody votes thinking of this. Nobody votes thinking that if I elect this person, A, B, C, or D, will they be in fact concerned with defining what are the national interests and ensuring those circumstances to defend those assets, to to afford to protect those national interests? Is that part of the political discussion? Our politicians, are they working on this as well? So those questions must be understood for us to think what the armed forces are for. What are they for? Are they to help with natural disasters? Do they have competence and capacity? Yes, they do, because they are large structure that is quickly mobilizable. And well, we have a federal police, we have military police, but they lack, neither of them have logistics capacity. They will not be able to move quickly to the Pantanal, for example, to help in forest fires, and they will not be able to stay there for a longer while, because they need doctors, they need supplies, and so on. They need to survive. So they are. This is what the armed forces are for: to patrol our borders, to ensure the security of our air traffic, our sea traffic. But it serves essentially to win, and if it doesn't know how to do that, there is no reason, no purpose for its existence. The essence of victory, the essence of our capacity, is established by the directions of the political components of the armed forces. The military can show us their needs, can point out the needs, but they do not approve budgets. They do not establish priorities. They don't deal with the legislation that supports capacity, the capacity of the state to protect itself. It's not the military who do that. It's the purpose of the politicians. Last year, for the first time in 10 years, there was a public hearing with the Commission of Foreign Affairs to discuss the defense documents recently presented by the Ministry of Defense to the Congress, for the appreciation of the Congress as the complementary laws state, Law 97, whose author, the Deputy Carlos Cajado from Bahia, held 2 public hearings. There will be a 3rd one with the productive sector of the defense sector. So, which is very positive because he's inviting us to discuss the subject. He's inviting agents, not us, I mean people, to discuss the subject. So the first meeting was with academians, and then the second meeting counted on the presence of military. I was one of those invited, and the third will be with the productive sector. And that is why you seek the Council of the Defense. That's why you want the Defense Department, to defend yourself. So when we look at the armed forces, imagining that in an extreme situation, we should engage in conflict and win the conflict. Victory only exists, and there's only one purpose. The single purpose is to establish, this will be established and defined by political reasons or purposes, which will be the conclusion of military objectives, but the political objective will always be peace. You don't promote war for more war. You engage in war to conquer peace. So the understanding of peace as a state of world pacification, elevation of the spirits, lack of conflict is absolutely false. It is absolutely false. The peace that is reached is the peace that interests to those who won. That's why it's important to win. In the 4th century AC, BC, this was stated by philosophers who stated that those who are defeated do not define the peace. The winner will have the peace that is convenient for them for the longest time if they are able to negotiate politically, or they will build a new tragedy if they don't know how to do it. In the past century, we have 2 examples of that. The Peace of Versailles, who was ill-conducted and badly structured, that led to the conflict of 1939. And the negotiations of peace in Paris in the beginning of the 1970s for the end of the Vietnam War led to long-lasting peace and even a strong and successful economic presence of the United States in Vietnam. So seeking peace is a political act, and it is the objective, the purpose of war. So we have to understand that peace will always be an imposition from the winner on to the loser, and it will last as long as the imbalance of forces that represents a certain sector persists. When that balance of forces fails to be in equilibrium, the peace will cease. So what we see today is that there is a generalized perception that a new nation, a new center of power is growing in military-wise and is expanding. So, and the political and strategic movements are confusing and difficult to understand in such a short time, in the short time in which they are happening. In the beginning of the century, the U.S. strategists elected the Pacific as a target. They should contain the growth of China into the Pacific. Recently, President Biden determined the retirement of the U.S. forces from Afghanistan all of a sudden. So this generated criticism regarding the abandonment of allies and so on. China acknowledged the newly established government of Afghanistan with all the criticism and all the problems the international community left in Afghanistan, the violence and all, despite all the speeches in contrary. So China extended its arm all the way over to Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is right next to Turkey. Turkey is the east flank of NATO. traditionally strong. Turkey, if you don't know, Turkey has one of the 3 or 4 largest armies in the world. It's very secure, and it is a platform surrounded by threats in all ways, in every sense, and they have a huge defense system, very important, very well equipped with high technology, and it is a country with a very important defense structure. This movement around Turkey, it not necessarily is a response to Turkey, but it is coincidental with the alliance between the USA and the UK and Australia, the reinforcement of their presence in the Pacific, with the USA financing the increase and the return of the British fleet and the nuclear submarines in the Australian region to increase their presence in the Pacific. So China will never raise their heads. This is a criticism. This is no criticism to China. This is a fact. China would never raise their head, never leap over to the center of the stage of the international security system if they didn't think that there is some sort of force imbalance where there was peace that was interested in the interest of the largest nation of the world, and this does not interest China, so they may want to change it. This doesn't mean there will be a conflict tomorrow, that this will result in a conflict. It means that the means of defense continue to be used to preserve the interests, or to ensure or conquer or expand the interests of the national states as we know them. And after the creation of the national states, we didn't find a better way of organization. This is how we are established. So maybe someday we will find a better way to organize ourselves. Oh, that would be great, but we still haven't found this way. So right now, when China is presenting itself to the world as a new military power, it is not alone. It didn't reach this position just by themselves. They are seconded and supported by India. So this is a discussion that's still open. So let's move on from here, from this point, and let's talk about, in this scenario, we are going through 2 highly disruptive events, to use a word that's been very used. The first one is COVID-19, the pandemics of SARS-CoV-2, SARS-CoV-19, that shook the world's reality. The world froze. The world literally froze when it carried out an almost global lockdown. The companies froze, the trade relations were reduced, Europe was fighting for a lockdown. We didn't have quite an efficient lockdown here, but selectively we did do lockdown. Many companies stopped working and they kept only to essential activities. You must remember that. We went through many contradictions, many difficulties, many conflicts of interpretation for a very simple reason. Nobody knows yet what COVID is. Nobody knows what COVID is, in fact. Nobody can state what consequences we would have from this pandemic in 10, 20, 30 years. So quickly, mankind started working, and science quickly was able to produce vaccines in a record time, and vaccinations were distributed, and there was we're discussing geopolitics of vaccination, who has vaccines, who doesn't, and even the Oxford producers were sued because they were not holding the end of the contracts, and that happened all over the world. So there was a moment when our own production of vaccines was delayed because basic inputs could not be carried to China, so the world froze, and we started having a little bit of freedom to move around with no masks and to go to stadiums. I think this is maybe the first or second weekend when the stadiums were open. We started waking up in the world where gasoline is costing 7 reais per liter, where things became extremely expensive. And last week, I was hearing an interview with the director of logistics of the port of Porto Alegre, where he said that before COVID, the containers imported cost him about $2,000 per container imported, and he was paying last week $12,000 per container for the same containers. So this means the photograph of the world as before COVID and after COVID, the world before COVID, the world that froze, destructured the entire logistics chain. For example, a ship that had disembarked 200 containers in the port of Formosa, and that logistic program, those containers were supposed to embark on a different ship to be discharged in Alaska. They never got to Alaska. They never reached Alaska, and meanwhile, this produced a series of events that disorganized the entire logistics system. So we started facing the possibility of the lack of essential items. So if gasoline is 7 reais and butane gas, which is used in every household in Brazil, the prices rose. Imagine the situation in Europe. Europe depends on gas for heating because winter there is much more rigorous than here in the tropics. So imagine that. Imagine the expectations in Europe, what they're going to do to solve these problems, and the instability that this may bring to the world as a whole, to the world as we know it, to this world that tries to exist in a post-pandemic scenario. So this is, well, we're going to have to learn how to live and how to reorganize ourselves, our entire logistics chain. For example, going back to the example of the logistic chain, this isn't going to happen overnight. This will take a long time. If none of us are naive enough to think that gasoline will go back to costing 4 reais as it once did. Even though that we have a lot of containers, today we're dealing with economies that are just beginning to work again. We who have cars, those of us who have cars, are going to pay taxes 20% higher than last year because the prices of used cars are rising, and the price of used cars has risen a lot because of the lack of microchips. So the taxes will rise as well. So these are some of the consequences. This will take money away from the market. This will take money away from investments all over the world that was highly liquid, with high liquidity until about a few weeks ago. Another disruptive factor are the climate changes, and what we have seen in the Northern Hemisphere is the proof of the fact that climate change is a reality. I used to be a critic of how easily people used to blame human action, to blame climate change on human action. Today, I think that if they are an inclination of the axis of the Earth or a different one of the other theories, if it is in fact human action, it's going to, well, if it's an inclination of the axis of the Earth, it will be more difficult to solve. But if it's human action, oh my God, you have seen many videos showing the floodings, the landslides, the earthquakes, the heat in Europe, all over the US, in the Northern Hemisphere. And summer is coming. We don't know what is going to happen when summer comes to our hemisphere. If the world is in fact warmer, it's raining more water is falling down on us because more water evaporated. If more water evaporated, is because there was more heat. And if there was more heat, just because of basic physics, as we know it, physics that we learn in high school, of course, the waters have risen. The sea has expanded, the molecules have expanded. You don't even need to talk about deglaciation. If waters have expanded, they occupy more space. They rise along the coastlines that are today inhabited. And they are here. Climate change is here. And climate change has brought strong and visible and knowledgeable, or sorry, well-known consequences, and we will have to prepare, we will have to deal with it. No one today can anticipate what our famous rainfalls of March, what is going to happen on our next rainfalls, the next rainy season. The landslides, as the brigadier before me said, every year we are surprised. There are landslides all over the country, especially in Rio. We're going to have serious problems. So at the same time, coincidentally, last week, in the first quarter of November, in the first week of November, I'm sorry, in Glasgow, there was the meeting called the Meeting of the Parties of the state members of the UN members, signatories of the UN panel on climate change. And we, even though there were some good points, there are many frustrations about that meeting as well. So if we agree that climate change are caused by human action, we must find out what in our actions is making temperatures rise. And the first one to blame is carbon emissions. Fossil energy, non-renewable sources of energy. This is the first source, the first one to blame. And the first one to blame in carbon in 1990 represented 36% of our entire global energy matrix. So in 1990, 36% of the energy produced in the entire globe came from carbon, from sources that produced, emitted carbon. In 1920, this reduction represented 2%, or 2 percentage points, to 34%. So if you imagine that the greatest nations worried about climate change and already affected by climate change are sincerely and honestly involved and committed to reducing the emission of carbon to protect the environment, there are still many evidences, much proof is needed for us to start believing, because in 30 years the reduction was 36 to 34%. This is nothing. And to imagine this reduction will be absolute in the next 20 or 30 years is, well, you need to be very naive to believe this, and I think this is not something we can afford in international relations. So, on the other hand, some important points, some important expectations arose, some important accusations as well, and then we enter a field that is very important. I want to emphasize this word, important. This is the game, the connection, the adjustment that must be made between the national interests and collective international interests. To summarize in 2 words, this means how can I adjust the sovereignty of my country to the need of adjusting my country to climate change? How do I adjust my interests to the production of cleaner energy vis-a-vis my sovereignty? Deputy Bolsonaro is no longer with us. I don't know if there are any lawyers here with us, but certainly some of you or someone here watching us on the internet is a lawyer. I don't know if you read Constitution, starting from its first article. Do you know the first item of the Constitution? Number one, the first one, the one that opens our Constitution, it defines the pillars of Brazil. It defines Brazil as a federative republic constituted by states and territories in the federal district, an insoluble association defined as a democratic state of right, state of law, and with the following fundaments. The fundaments of the Brazilian states are described there. The first fundament that is described, established by the Constitution, the first, number one, item 1 of Article 1 of the 1988 Constitution is sovereignty. Sovereignty. For an obvious reason. If there is no sovereignty, there is no reason to discuss anything else in the Constitution. Why discuss everything else? The other four, or the other 300 and so many articles and items that define how a country should work. What's the purpose? What's the point if I don't make sure that the initial concept of what I am describing is sovereignty? So when the Constitution was created by the Parliament, the first thing on the list was sovereignty. It doesn't mean that this will rule absolute and negotiable over every other constitutional item of law. I'm not a constitutionalist or a lawyer, but when I open the Constitution, that's the first item. It says that the first item, the first point, the first pillar of this country is sovereignty. So we should read the Constitution and based in that light, based on that first item, a country formed by the union, insoluble constitution of its states and territories, and then comes the right to property, etc., etc. It doesn't matter. I'm in the cavalry, and the people in the cavalry need a long time to memorize things, so it's hard for us to memorize this in such a short time. But 3, I was able to memorize 3 points. So this game between one thing and another, well, to play it, you need to have the clarity that our sovereignty needs to negotiate. A sovereign country needs to negotiate with the other sovereign countries, and President Bolsonaro is right when he says that Brazilian sovereignty is non-negotiable, because sovereignty is not a matter, a subject of negotiation. It is an instrument of negotiation. It is the tool for you to negotiate, meaning I have this strength, this capacity of supporting my interests. I have autonomy on this and not on that. So let's talk. No one starts talking to offer sovereignty. I'm going to offer you 10% of mine. I'm going to offer you 10% of yours. So this doesn't happen. This is not the case. The European Union has contradictions and difficulties. The NATO is going through extreme difficulties. But today, militaries lack this capacity. You just have to talk to military in Italy, Greece, or Spain, Portugal. That's why we were not. That's why they didn't want to join NATO, because they had already felt the pain of being occupied during 2 world wars. They had suffered the need to defend themselves and to see their homeland governed by a neighboring country, by an authoritarian power. So de Gaulle had a fantastic sentence to define this. He said that the first duty, I'm sorry I couldn't memorize the whole sentence. The first duty of a statesman is ingratitude. He did not owe any gratitude to those who he had saved for so many times. He owed gratitude to his own nation, and his own people. So those 2 events piled up, they coincided in a world where, in the current world we live today. And how can we do? What can we do? What can we do to find? What would be the alternative for us to find a way to discuss with just sit around a table with other sovereign nations and negotiate a way to reduce the impact of climate change if they are originated from human action, and it appears that they are. Environmentalists and sovereignists, if you will, I'm going to create this word. They are two tribes that do not see eye to eye. They don't want to talk. They look at each other with distrust, with suspicion. I want to protect the Amazon and I want to defend the Amazon are two expressions that repel each other.
But both of them have common points. If we let our passions aside and put higher interest in front, certainly both tribes, or even more of them, can identify their convergency points, their common points. What sovereign can give up and what is in the best interest of the country. Those common points will lighten up the way. But that's the role of our leaders. Our role stops when we decide what would be representatives to decide on those things. We understand that sovereignty is not at disposal because it's not an object of negotiation. No one takes sovereignty to a table to negotiate unless the one who has lost. It's an instrument with which I can expose and impose my interests. Well, how does this world emerge? I remember the first time I've used this expression. It was even a commercial of a bank. Well, I'm not a banker, but this picture is very interesting because it shows us where population is, where there is energy, where energy is consumed, where the wealthy is produced. Whoever wants to analyze, whoever likes a strategy can notice that in South America, Brazil is still a nation over the Atlantic. The lightened parts in the South America will take to the Plata Bay and to the entrance of Orinoco in the Andes. Both are the entrance the colonizers would have to the South American area for the El Dorado. And we can see up there how much is being used in energy. We can see the empty spaces on Earth, economic or populational, deserts. So this is the world we're living in. This world has lost the two most important pillars of the international security system. It has lost the authority of the Council of Security of United Nations because it has been systematically disrespected because that was how it was happened when they invaded Syria and Crimea because of the great powers had the power of veto. And so this council is systematically being demoralized. Why should I agree? Why should I believe it? That's over. Equally, the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons is fragilized. United States, United Kingdom, France, China, and Russia. The 6th article said that those 5 countries in good faith would gather to reduce their nuclear weapons. It's been 53 years, and good faith could only higher their nuclear capacity. We have 4 more nuclear countries armed with nuclear weapons: Israel, India, Pakistan, and North Korea. So the result of those 50 years of their intent just produced 90% more nuclear weapons. Notice that the 4 new countries are in Asia. They're all in Asia. The greatest powers are there. China and Russia. None of them none of them are in the southern hemisphere. If you if you see the South America, we see a continent where the frontiers do not divide, we don't have borders, we don't have army guarding those borders. We don't have exclusion borders. We don't have hate borders. This is a condominium with some sovereignties that they deal, get along, and produce the most stable region in the world. People are frightened. Why is it the most stable region in the world? You can see how many conflicts you have to study over Europe. We don't have genocides in here. Europe has produced a genocide in Balkans. It was there, not here. The South American map that I have known, and I'm certainly the oldest one in this room, is the same my grandfather has studied. I've known this map with the same limits, the same borders, the same frontiers between countries. The only difference was because there's no two states. Suriname and Guyana. This is the world we live today with new insecurities. It's new insecurities. It doesn't want to obey me. Well, I've tried some overflight over this time. I've been signed to conclude and to leave you with some questions to meditate on. What is regarding security in this world of pandemic, of COVID, SARS-CoV-2, the world that is trying to show, and that I have tried to show, that still it still comes with insecurities from the last century, that still is going to deal with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and today has even less instruments that once had. The Security Council of the United Nations is not there anymore. The Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons is not there anymore, and we're living in a world with many more insecurities. How to transform that? How to live in this world is that the nations will have to reflect, so to secure their sovereignty and the peace their people deserve and their interests, so to survive as a nation. Brazil doesn't have a history of a conquer nation. He didn't seek through conflict to expand their territory by conflict. Our territory was expanded by the expertise of the Portuguese or the talent of our diplomats since Barão do Rio Branco. What we did was to ensure that the country that we've received with its autonomy and it's going to be better for the next generation. That's the work we have to do. This is the work Brazilians have to do, and that's what this event is for. Thank you, everyone, especially the ones who are over YouTube platform. Thank you so much for this invitation. Translation is still not hearing the question. General, using the opportunity of you being here, how can a country has a minimum of internal unity? We have a internal unity that was inherited from the Portuguese, but I think it's scattering. I think this is it's an important worry that all we have to have. I just think that we are too harsh on ourselves. We are very severe and very severe critics of ourselves. We have been for 50 years one of the greatest economies in the world. It wasn't yesterday that we got that position. We are a nation, a decisive nation, absolutely fundamental for the feeding of the world. We have great environmental asset. We have divisions, but what we see today, unfortunately, are very small divides that seems that each day we're going to have a presidential election. Brazil has to raise its head and see that we have more convergencies than divergencies. It's a work that is not fast, it's not easy, it needs education. It needs that our people can read, buy books, understand, read the newspaper, interpret well text in a way of being well informed. Unfortunately, I don't know why the news, international news, is not anymore in the Brazilian news. We have great international analysts, and they are not here anymore. Whoever wants to understand what's going on in the world has to seek elsewhere, because we are not being well analyzed and sometimes biased towards political points of views and small interests. Brazil has moved from a miserable, poor country from the beginning of the 20th century. We're now in the map of the world. We now know how to behave and act as from an irrelevant country with no power, just with diplomacy. And now, now that we can have this chance of occupying this space internationally, we lose that ability. We have the resistance of those who are on the table of the greatest decisions, but I think it's possible. I would put far, we have to have the perspective, the awareness, the responsibility to understand that the minor politics can win elections, can make a name politically, but they won't make a nation great, won't make a great nation. We lack references for that. In this era of hyperconnectivity, any child can travel the world, and we have lost reference of information. It's very difficult to deal with that. Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you very much for your speech. Our former chief of institutional security of the presidency, with very courageous positions, solid, clarifying on very difficult themes. Now we are concluding our activities for this day and thanking all of you here in this auditory, especially the ones who are remotely. We are closing these activities, and we come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great night. See you tomorrow.